Hey guys, this is part 7 of What If Naruto Was Emotionless. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 51. Fallout. The rain had at least stopped, but the entire team felt deflated and weighed down by defeat. Their tactics had been thought out by the best, but an unexpected change of tactics from the Akatsuki had thrown them off. The camp was sullen and quiet as Hare bustled wearily around the surviving team members. The barrier team had all died at Itachi's hands, throats cut. He'd at least made it quick for them. With the barrier gone, the three tails had become loose for a short time. Then another, terrible figure had risen, and things had gone quiet shortly afterwards. The worst part had been the sheer helplessness of their cause in watching Itachi succeed. All of them were too injured and depleted to put up any resistance to Itachi's push for the beast. The sight of the great red figure on the horizon had broken any remaining hope. Nobody was in fighting shape now. Kiba and Hinata were shaken up by Shino's injuries, but were at least on patrol for anything further. Anko was awake but scarily quiet. She wasn't speaking and had barely responded to the hug Naruto had given her. The fire they had set was at least helping them to dry out. Hare finished bandaging one of Pig's wounds and made it to Naruto. "Your last, Naruto. I assume you are the least injured, but best to check A." Naruto let the diagnostic jutsu wash over him. He couldn't see Hare's face, but saw the shoulders droop as the man realized the extent of the injuries that Naruto wasn't telling him about. Of course, a fairly deep cut on one arm and the other broken, then a couple of ribs to boot. "Frankly, I'm impressed you survived long enough to kill the guy we were fighting. We had to kill him more than a few times. He didn't see me coming. It was easier than killing the other guy." Hare looked up at him. He could see the gray-green eyes behind the mask holes look quizzical. "Really? Yes, the other guy isn't dead. You left him alive out there." Naruto shook his head and reached for a storage scroll from his bag. "You'll probably find this hard to logically accept." He unsealed the head and put it down next to Hare, who let out a disgusted noise as it tried to bite him. The face was burned so the eyes wouldn't shut. The head gnashed fiercely and mouthed obscenities. Hare just stared at it for a few moments before shaking his head. "Put it away. That is ... freaking me out." He did so and tucked the scroll away. "What are you going to do with that? Bury it somewhere where it won't be found, or throw it into lava? I can't think of a way to kill this guy." Hare seemed shaken up by the sight but got back to the arm. "I'm going to re-break the arm so it will repair right. This will hurt, but I doubt you'll care." He felt the flare of pain once more as the ANBU's hands did their work. The man put the arm into a sling for him. "Rest until we start our way back to Konoha. We've sent word back and a reserve team should be on its way, but don't push yourself." Naruto nodded as the medic headed for a patch near the fire and fell asleep quickly. He walked over to where Shino lay. The boy had large bandages where the damage had been done by the undying man. He stirred slightly as Naruto approached. "Shino, how are your injuries, Naruto-san? I apologize for nearly being killed. It made my mission performance much worse than usual. A poor reflection on your leadership." Naruto could pick the fact it was a joke. It made him feel a small ember of pride that he could recognize such things now. An illogical conclusion, friend. None of us could have anticipated such a jutsu. Indeed. Although our friendship now seems more complete, Naruto-san. Naruto tried to think why. "I cannot understand why that concept is correct. I have shared combat with our team before and been to your clans. The weapon that seals our bond performed beyond expectation." Shino gave a dry chuckle before wincing a little. "Well, you shot Kiba-san and threatened Hinata. Now your crossbow bolts have, indirectly, caused me injury. You've successfully nearly killed our entire team at least once." He was right. Yet the idea wasn't shocking or worrying for him. Kurenai-sensei would probably rip him to pieces, but there was something. What was the word? A sound erupted from him suddenly. A puff like steam escaping. More of it forces its way out of him, a rapidly oscillating and growing sound he couldn't contain. He recognized the sound, and that merely made the feeling grow. He let it out, unable to contain it, the noise escaping from deep within himself. He saw Talon rise a little to look at him, and Anko suddenly looked up shocked. The noise carried on and on for what seemed like forever. Shino joined in a little. In the quiet of the camp, everyone had heard their conversation, even if they were preoccupied. Hinata and Kiba joined it as they realized what Shino had said. Talon joined in as well, even Anko managed a small chuckle. Naruto felt the moment slowly descend and needed to wipe away a tear he suddenly found in his eye. He had laughed. He'd never laughed before. That was sudden and unexpected and incredible. He realized everyone was still looking at him. Anko struggled upwards a little and wrapped him into a hug. Darky-kun, was that the first time you've ever laughed? I believe so. She wrapped him slightly more tightly. The hug was close and somehow more caring than he had expected. It wasn't the wild hug she had given before, it was somehow like family. He didn't know how the feelings worked in this way. It was going to make his report incredibly long. The hug broke and Anko smiled slightly for the first time since she had woken from her battle tiredness. I'm happy for you, Darky-kun. Thank you, Anko-chan. She broke away and went to sit near Talon. Naruto busied himself in writing his report. Anko looked over and saw him writing. Oi, Darky-kun? Yes. Could you read some of your report to me? I need a bedtime story. The request was odd and conjured up another old memory of Baka. He had enjoyed it, he had encouraged it. Naruto felt a sense of completeness now. He had partially atoned for failing to save the boy this time. He had kept it together when a friend was in danger. He had become stronger. Darky-kun. Oh, of course, Anko-chan. Where had he been? Ah, yes. The first alert of Akatsuki in the area. The report until then seemed so, irrelevant and trivial to the mission. He started to scrawl and began to vocalize. There they were, figures in the far distance, indistinct and fuzzy in my sight. The long tree trunks obscured our sight, but the team has more senses than simple sight. Our eyes are sharper than others, and we saw their chakra. They glowed with malice, the dark and distant chakra like a cold winter's night. They advanced slowly, giving us precious time to act. Kiba's nose was sharp as well, the wind favored us as well. We knew how long it would be until they reached us and began to move. Like the deer we ran through the trees, sliding around branches and never slowing, feeling the wind rush against our passage. Towards our comrades we ran, with word of peril, with word of something unexpected. For there were 3, not 2, and 3 was more than we had hoped. Hands checked weapons as we began to break the shallow brush, the green life parting as we urged our way through it. Our movements were fast and urgent, every second had to be saved, every moment was needed. Not 5 minutes previous the beast had begun to truly take on form, and now our greatest fears were coming true. We had been found. Now we would fight. He looked up as he shifted his report over to the next page to see Anko sleeping, a small smile on her face. Talon too was sleeping. He decided that speaking would now serve no purpose and went back to simply writing his report. There was a lot of detail to be put into this one. Whilst he dryly recalled the events, he considered the laugh he had emitted. It was something he found absurd and unusual. The noise had been so uncontrollable, like an explosion, and yet it felt like he should have been doing it his whole life. He briefly looked up to the skies once again, and the embers of the fire dancing as they rose. Despite the ache from his wounds and the tiredness of battle, he felt almost content with where he was. Yes, this was a good place to be, although he suspected what would happen when he returned to Konoha. Naruto sighed and went back to his report. He was actually proof-checking it because it kept him from being restrained. Shizune had been as insistent as ever that he not actually move too far from his room because he was overdoing it, which she explained was medical speak for being an idiot. He knew his injuries were bad, especially the arm, but he knew it would all be fine in the end. He could train other skills that weren't that arm certainly. He had been spared the restraints in exchange for working more on the report, with Shizune infrequently checking up on him, and also to hear more extracts. It was unprofessional in some ways, but he didn't mind the company. He had changed in that regard. It was increasingly clear that he, on some deep level, needed people. He wondered if that was for the better or not. There was a knock at the door and he put down the manuscript. It was basically done anyway. Enter. He wasn't sure who he was expecting and was surprised to find it was Sakura. She looked embarrassed and wasn't looking directly at him. There was an odd silence as she inspected his chart, looking at it in far more detail than was strictly necessary. Naruto was sure. When she spoke, her voice wavered with confidence and wasn't genuine. "Shizune asked me to check on you. She didn't. I prefer the truth, Sakura-san." She flung the chart at him and he caught it with his good arm. She really had thrown it very hard. He could feel his hand burn a little with the force of stopping it. I hate you. That was unexpected, at least the directness of it was. What have I done to offend you?" Sakura stared at him, her fists clenching. He wondered how he could stop the girl in case of an attack and prepared himself to throw a genjutsu at her, then prepared to break Shizune's rules in the hospital. "You killed him. You killed both my teammates, both my friends. You killed them and disappeared for 3 years. Do you know where that left me? Where that left everyone? You nearly broke Hinata and you're hurting her now. You hurt Tsunade-sama and you left a big hole where you went. You only bring death and pain and I want to end you. I know. Then do something about it." Her voice echoed around the hospital room. Someone was going to notice the shouting from her, surely. "Did you see what Sasuke did to your other teammate?" The girl seemed to shrivel a little and looked away from him. I loved him. Sasuke, I loved him and he rejected me. Then my other teammate swore to me he'd bring him back. Then both were killed by you. Your other teammate was nearly dead by the time I failed. Do you know what his last words were? I saw them. I read his lips and what I saw made me fire. The girl looked at him, her anger replaced with fear and deep regret. He realized his voice had been louder and harsher than he had intended. "Tell me." The tone was low and urgent, deeper than usual. It stirred something dangerous. "Why? I need to know, you need to tell me." Naruto remembered the scene and only needed to remember the lips move. Covered in blood, they'd coughed up. He said, "I'm sorry." "What? I'm sorry." I was so shocked by what I realized it meant that I fired by accident. Sakura slumped onto the empty bed and buried her face into her hands. That idiot Baka. Always the good person I never saw in him. She dissolved into sobs. Naruto felt that he had no idea what to do. Clearly the girl was in no condition to be treating patients. He took the heart monitor off his chest and noted the flatline on the equipment. It took 20 seconds for another doctor to come through the door. He looked from Sakura, crying on the bed, to Naruto, back to Sakura before giving a deep sigh. "Please don't do that, we have a call button." Well, why hadn't he been told about that? He'd asked Shizune. "I apologize, I felt someone should take Sakura off home. She isn't in a place where she can treat patients." The man pulled an arm around the girl who sobbed into his shoulder. "Thanks, kid. Do you mind turning the heart monitor off? It's clearly not necessary and Zune might have gone overboard again. She gets like that." That was a relief. He pulled the plug out of the back of the box and it shut up and died. That was good. He had never thought about Sakura when he had performed his actions, and the new line of thought led to a stark conclusion. When en route, he had killed targets. They were a circulatory system with a brain that needed to stop working, usually by high-speed implantation of a length of steel by dint of a handheld catapult. He had never thought about their friendships and relationships. He didn't need to, they weren't his problem. He decided he couldn't think about all of this and do his job. He didn't need to worry about offending the feelings of his enemies. But en route, the waters became murkier. There was another knock. He felt like he needed a weapon. Enter. The door was gently pushed open and he felt a lot happier when he saw that it was in fact Hinata. Unexpected, but after Sakura he wasn't that surprised. "Hinata-san, Naruto-san, since we're due another therapy session, Zune allowed me to carry it out here whilst you're in physical therapy. How is your arm?" Naruto gently moved his arm, which was in a thick and surprisingly stiff cast. He hated how it constrained his movement and wondered if he could cut it off yet. "It is healing. I can wait until it is ready, but I dislike waiting in a hospital." He sat on the bed as Hinata drew up a chair of her own. He had been allowed his own clothes after he had found the hospital gown to be useless. That was a small mercy at least. "How is Shino-san? He's healing as well. His injuries were not as bad as expected and his hive kept the wound mostly clean during the mission. He will be up sooner rather than later." Naruto nodded. He felt happy that his crossbow fire had not hurt Shino more grievously. He remembered the laughter from after the mission. Now then, last time we were able to talk freely about the maid incident and about Temeri. Any more thoughts on that? None. It was true. He didn't feel fear about the incidents anymore. The only test that could occur would be hearing screams, but Hinata didn't wish to test that any further just yet. It was liberating to not see the faces in his dreams anymore. I was wondering, I saw someone helping Sakura away as I was coming in. Is she all right? She. He wasn't sure how to describe it succinctly. I talked with her and might have said something that upset her. Why, I told her what his last words were. There was a change in Hinata as she recoiled a little. Oh, you heard them. She sounded scared and had gone a little pale. Are you all right? Yes. Well, no, his death is still unsettling as a subject. I would like to know his final words if you could tell me them. They were, I'm sorry. A tear slid down Hinata's face slowly before falling gently to the floor. Naruto watched its trajectory like it was an incoming bomb. It landed with a tiny splash on the floor. Hinata looked away from him. He slowly crossed the room and gave her a gentle hug, which she returned after a little while. He didn't know when to release it, but the human contact felt good for him as well. His arm, stuck in a cast, wasn't able to get too close, but he adjusted it into the best approximation. He could feel a few tears through the fabric of his shirt and decided it should continue for a bit. Why the information was causing this level of reaction, he had no idea. His thoughts turned to his own problems. Right now, there was only one remaining thing that Hinata and he had not touched on fully, and that was the memory seal. He was frankly amazed that it hadn't reacted at all in the stress of fighting the Akatsuki. He had been too busy and high on the adrenaline of the fight to remember its existence. He had felt it burn a little when Hidden had tried his technique, but he hadn't realized it was the thing causing it. He felt Hinata loosen her grip a little, and he released the grip. The girl looked away as she wiped a sleeve under her eyes. He noticed that they were baggy with tiredness. Have you been sleeping well, Hinata-san? She looked at him with the last flecks of tears still visible. Not really. But this is your therapy session, Naruto. We need to take the final stage of your treatment. The words were heavy in the air, like a cloying fog that made it hard for Naruto to breathe. I'm worried about what will happen when the seal breaks. What will happen to you? How much it will hurt, and I don't want to make it happen. He watched her as she turned away and slumped back into her chair. Her concern was making him feel guilty inside for forcing it on her. He knew it had to be done, though. It was an order from the Hokage that she had taken another shinobi to enforce. She, as his commander, was well within her rights to force the seal to break without his permission. For that, he was grateful. He was starting to understand how emotional commanders operated. Lord Danzo would not have been so kind or so merciful. At least he wouldn't have been if he wanted the seal to break. Don't be, I'm worried as well. That is to say, my anticipation of the event is primarily negative despite the long-term positives. She nodded. I have another query, Hinata-san. What is it? During the mission you addressed me as Naruto-kun. I was wondering why. Well, it was as good a time as ever. She had turned a little pink, which was a sign of embarrassment. I almost see you like Shino and Kiba. You've led our team, you've shared experiences with us that we couldn't otherwise share. We're closer than we realize. I didn't want you to die, I see. You occupy a similar place with me alongside Anko and possibly Shino. I certainly do not wish any of your deaths either. Hinata smiled, and that made him feel better. I brought something special to eat during the therapy session, but since that seems to have dissolved a little, let's just eat something. She brought out a bag which had a rich, sweet smell emanating from it. Naruto noted the smell with a deep satisfaction. Hospital food, whilst nutritious, was a touch bland even by his standards. He wondered when he had gotten used to better foods. He also wanted ramen again. Well, if it was part of his recovery time, he could slot it in certainly. She withdrew the sweet-smelling objects from the bag, and Naruto felt a wave of nasal joy strike his nose. It was a very new smell, something sharp yet sweet. He had to stop himself drooling, which he managed with spectacular ease. These are my favorite. Cinnamon rolls. Cinnamon sounded familiar. He'd found it mentioned in one of the books that Anko had given him some time before. It was given a passing mention as a cooking spice. He might have seen it in Orochimaru's kitchens, but it was rarely used. She passed him one of the curled buns and he sniffed it more closely, which got a giggle out of Hinata. He took a tentative bite, ignoring the sticky, sugary syrup on his fingers. It was good. It was indeed good. He preferred the more varied flavors of ramen that could exist, though. He took another bite and felt warmer. Hinata, too, was eating hers happily. Munching sounds filled the room for a few minutes as they ate the warm rolls. Naruto washed his hands of the sticky sugar as Hinata finished her final roll. He watched her clean it off hers by licking it off. She saw him looking and blushed a little. Sorry, my manners go a little off when I'm eating these. They certainly taste good. They finished the rolls in silence. Well, next time we have to get back to working on the seal. Don't rush your recovery. Of course. She nodded and left. He wondered if she was going to the monument with her new knowledge. He turned back to his discarded manuscript and began to write out the final details of his mission. He looked out of the window and smiled. He was content for the moment. Chapter 52. Secrets and Ramen, the remaining Akatsuki began the sealing in silence. Itachi felt a little bit tired, which was almost welcome. His fight against Anko, if he could call it that, hadn't tired him out at all. Still, it had confirmed that the curse mark was inactive, and Orochimaru remained dead. Defeating the beast and dragging the carcass back had been surprisingly easy as well. Chakra-consuming, the beast had needed to be covered in Amaterasu and hit by a Susanoo before it decided to stay down, but easy. His chakra was being taxed hard by the sealing. With two less members, one of whom had a lot of chakra, the job was harder. Still, he was closer to his goal. Now there were 4 sides in Akatsuki. Himself, Kasame, Tobi, and Zetsu, and Pain and Konan, the 4 strongest left. There was the sound of heavy, grinding stone as the dragons receded, and the beast faded from view below the statue. Another eternally staring eye opened. Silence reigned as the Akatsuki caught their breath. Pain's voice echoed once more through the chamber. Only 2 beasts remain, the 2 most powerful. We will defeat them and bring peace to this world, peace for everyone. Tobi looked excited. Yay, Tobi wants this. When does Tobi get to go on an exciting mission with Itachi-senpai? How many beasts has he captured now? He's so awesome. It was so unsubtle that Itachi found himself questioning whether or not the man was a highly skilled shinobi leading a dangerous double life or just an idiot. Kasame started laughing and Konan just looked annoyed. She rarely looked anything other than stern or sad, which Itachi found a shame. She clearly didn't desire the path of war that Pain was leading them on, but she was loyal to him to the death. Laudable but foolish. Who did he take out next? He realized he had to take out the man who had been his partner. Kasame would have to be next. He would be tricky to kill easily. The man would detect his emotions through his sword before he could strike and was a strong opponent. He would probably need his most deadly techniques to defeat him. That would drain him badly. He did not wish to fight the man, though. He could certainly use an ally in this, or at the very least for Kasame to be convinced away from the Akatsuki path. The more combat he could avoid, the better now. Pain's voice sounded through the increasing empty-feeling chamber. Kasame will capture the 8 tails with you, Tobi. Your first real test. Do so immediately. Tobi ran up to Kasame and tried to hug him. He got within sword range before Samehada was held at arm's length, keeping the flailing man at length. He desperately checked his momentum to avoid running into the snarly blade. Shut up. Let's go. I already dislike you. You're nowhere near as cool as Itachi-senpai. Kasame started to walk and Tobi followed, darting about the larger man. Itachi felt a pang of pity for his old partner. That left him alone with Pain, Konan, and Zetsu. Itachi. Yes, Pain. The man walked down to him, heavily pierced. Itachi couldn't help but see a slight similarity to someone else he'd known. The spiky hair, although orange, looked like someone he'd respected. Minato had been a role model before his death. What will you do in the peace I will create? Itachi hadn't considered that. He'd always assumed he would find peace in death long before the plan took place. I will rebuild my clan, perhaps have children. Certainly, there has been little time for love in this life of ours. What of you? I will maintain the peace that we create. There will always be those who desire war. Itachi kept his gaze on the spiraling eyes. Sounds like it will never end pain. Will you not seek healing or peace with yourself as opposed to threats and violence? You do not yet understand the pain I feel, Itachi. Itachi turned away and walked to his meditation rooms. The man's voice echoed after him. You will need to do your part as well, Itachi. When it is needed, you will help me, Itachi. He kept his anger in check. He did not understand the pain. He did not. What did Pain know of his life? Did he know what it meant to betray your entire family, not simply to lose them but to kill them because you had no choice? Did he know what it was like to be a pawn of fate and to play the hand he had been dealt without complaint? Did he know what it was like to see his greatest plan to help what he had left torn away from him by luck and the will of one person, however unintentional? He felt like destroying things but contained himself. He was Uchiha Itachi. He was the last of his clan. He would not lose. When the time came, Pain would know pain like never before. Tsunade put the pen down as she signed yet another pointless document. She checked the title to see if it was anything important. It wasn't really, not in a military context. Just some shop owner requesting planning permission close to one of the training areas. Apparently, that needed her approval. Perhaps she could pawn all the responsibility onto some sort of lesser council who were focused on the non-military aspects of her rule. Nah, she had a daimyo for that. Plus, if you gave some idiot civilians power, no doubt one of them would be a bastard about it. Still, with several of her Jonin more battle powerful than her, she felt happy in her role. She took a sip from the bottle next to her desk and smiled. It was a good bottle. The sun was gently setting outside, and she took a long moment to look over the view. She heard the sound of someone landing at the open window. It's been a while, Jiraiya. It has. I haven't liked being in Konoha as of late. She turned to her old teammate. He looked older somehow. A little haggard, certainly his hair seemed a little less silver and full than before. It's Naruto, isn't it? Yes, you want the reports. He really wasn't himself since his conversation with Naruto those years ago. The rejection had hit him hard. Of course, I'll review them before passing them on. See if I remember all the important bits this time. We killed another two of them, well, Naruto did. He only really claims partial credit for both. Hiden and Kakuzu. They'd slaughtered the temple monks on their way for no real reason, probably the bounty on the head monk. How did he kill them? Tsunade threw him a book. Really? You still make the reports into books. It's meaning the academy can take on more students and train them with better equipment, so I think it's a win-win. Plus, it improves the vintage of my drinks and means Anko destroys less dango stalls. Ha! Never thought you'd be that pragmatic. Helpful side effects. Also, it means that the orphanages are now able to provide a variety of healthy meals. Jiraiya flicked through the small book a little, so, decapitated Hidden as expected. Headshot on the other. No wonder he didn't claim all the credit for the second. The ANBU did 4 times the work on him. Sadly, there were 3 of them. Oh, who was the third? Itachi. The man nodded grimly. Whilst Itachi wasn't entirely against them, he hadn't received any information from the man since Naruto's mission success. Any luck with your little counseling gamble? She caught the icy and dismissive tone. Some. She hasn't yet made him remember, but I think they're close. Close or close to a breakthrough, possibly both. He deserves some good in his life after what he's been through. A little like you would if you didn't keep researching at the baths. The man shrugged. It hurt him every second he was in the village. If you want to talk to him, you have my permission and always have. I'm sure he wouldn't reject a talk with you. The man sighed and seemed to sag under the weight of his burdens. It's just not how it was meant to be. Tsunade. He should be the second coming of Minato. Hell, if he had been trained well, he could surpass him. That little bit of Kushino in him would make him that much more dangerous and unpredictable. I should be teaching him, standing with him like Minato should have been. He should wield his father's legacy, not me. He should have the Rasengan and be a light in the darkness, not a passenger in it. She heard the voice break a little and rose to give him a supporting hug. You did all you could. Sensei took a decision without your consultation. You haven't failed Minato. You honor him by protecting Naruto even now with your Akatsuki spying. Do not forget that, even if he rejects you, he is in your debt. The man straightened a little and rose. Well, it's been fun, Tsunadeheim. I've got to get going. If they are less 2 members, then I need to gather more intel. They should be weak enough now that I should be able to infiltrate AIM and maybe get out alive. Find out who the leader is properly. That's recklessly dangerous. Almost suicide. Then bet I won't come back, she smiled. That was her teammate as she'd know him. Fine, now get going. I hear one of the fences at the ladies' baths got damaged and they haven't patched all the holes yet anyway. The man gave a lecherous grin and leapt from the window once again. That was definitely her teammate through and through. Night had truly set by now, and the moon was shining out from behind the clouds. It was a nice night. Her thoughts turned to her teammate's concern. Naruto was nearly healed if Hinata's report was to be believed. The seal remained. She wondered if she had done the right thing. It had been a risk. Kami knew it was probably medically irresponsible. But Hinata was helped by it as well, even if she wasn't aware she was being treated. If he broke the seal, she had no idea what it would do to him. Hopefully with her there, he would process the memory the second time without the seal. Would it be what he needed? He'd made it through the last mission unscathed, although something bothered her about the report. There was only a passing explanation about how Hidden's head had become so burned. Naruto wasn't a fire user. There was also a weird point where the description felt wrong. She added the thoughts to the package for Hinata's next session. Maybe he could come and clarify his thoughts. Zune had probably noticed it as well. The book was still selling well. She turned back to the paperwork pile and grimaced. Where had that bottle gone? He felt marginally more comfortable as he walked brazenly down the street. Well, brazenly to his mind at least. He kept his gaze down, and his hood as high as he could without actually wearing it. The fact the cloak still billowed a little behind him gave a very interesting effect of someone ostentatious trying to hide in plain sight. He ignored the slightly confused looks he was getting from anyone who noticed him. He sat at the ramen stand, and it felt like he was safer for some reason. Maybe it was having his back to the world and something to do in front of him that made him forget he was in the open and oddly exposed. There was nobody at the counter to serve and he waited quietly, ignoring the other patrons. Then Iam's head appeared at the doorway, saw him, and rapidly withdrew. There was some noise from within the shop and her father came out with a wide smile on his face. "Welcome back, Naruto, what can I get you?" "May I start with a miso ramen?" "Certainly." He turned to the open door. "Iam, miso ramen for Naruto." His tone was a loud shout, but he sensed something a little different in the man's tone of voice. It sounded a little like the voice ANBU used for some forms of banter. Did that apply to parents and children as well? How have things been since you last visited? He considered. What could he tell the man of his missions and being hunted by a group of extremely powerful criminal shinobi? Probably little. Of his therapy sessions? Probably not as well. Things have been as usual for a shinobi. My training has gone well in the last weeks. Anything interesting? Not really. The man laughed. You wouldn't believe how rare that response is. You would not believe how many chunin here like to brag about their latest fireball jutsu and how huge it is. He shot a glance to the other patrons who laughed. I find such techniques wasteful on chakra. Tuchai raised his eyebrows as the other shinobi looked at Naruto, whose gaze remained locked on the stall owner. Well, each to their own. Excuse me a moment. He wandered over to the other customers and collected their money, then came back to Naruto once they had left. I have to go check something in the kitchen. I'll be back. His smile was far too wide, and Naruto found himself wondering why. Iam stepped out of the kitchen holding a large bowl and looking at the walls with intent. She looked different to before. Her face seemed paler somehow and her lips were differently colored. "Hey Naruto, here's the ramen I ordered." She turned and moved very quickly back into the kitchen. It was very odd. This was not how she had acted before. Still the ramen was there. Itadakimasu. He began to eat, aware of some quiet noises coming from the kitchen. Iam stumbled out very quickly. From the way she regained her balance, he suspected she had been pushed. What exactly was going on here? He kept eating as she stood there staring for a moment before rubbing the back of her head. "Sorry, looks like Dad doesn't need any help in the kitchen. So, what do you think of the weather recently?" He considered the question. "It has been average considering the time of year it is. I expect rain soon as it has not substantially rained for some time." She nodded vigorously. He noticed that she had a faint pinkness to her face she hadn't had there before. "I know, I like it when it rains. There's something so romantic about walking through the rain with someone." He had no idea what made it romantic, or what romantic really was. He needed to answer soon as she was looking at him in a funny way. Indeed. He'd need to thank Shino later. It was a good neutral response to just about anything. She was looking around for things. When she met his gaze, she looked away, a touch more pink around the cheeks. He was glad of the rapidly dwindling ramen in front of him. The girl seemed to be polishing the counter with her cloth in an idle but vigorous fashion. "So are you doing anything this evening?" That was an unexpected question. Her face did some odd things as well. She blinked once or twice and smiled at him whilst questioning. No, that was easy enough. He wondered if there was a deeper meaning to the question. She appeared disappointed that he had only said the one answer. He drained the last of the ramen broth from the bowl and smiled. He really did like this stuff. He looked up into the face of Iam, who was smiling and doing something with her hair. It was certainly a nice picture to look at, but there wasn't anything really interesting there. He put the money on the counter and she looked disappointed. "Do you not want a second bowl?" "Not today, it was very good. Come back soon." As he rose to leave, he had suspicions about the entire encounter. He'd never had anyone talk to him like that before. He needed to ask someone about it. Anko would be a good choice for this. She was good with all forms of interaction, unlike Hinata and Shino, who seemed to specialize into other areas of human interaction. He walked towards the nearest convenient alleyway to get up onto the rooftops, but found another figure there first. He activated his Byakugan on instinct and ducked the blow from behind him that would have left him unconscious. Then he started leaping up the walls, being attacked in an alleyway by unmarked shinobi. Either another nation was infiltrating far too well or this was a route ambush. He suspected the latter. The figures emerged onto the rooftops and Naruto swung the lead-weighted end of the cursorigama. One of them tumbled backwards to avoid it. He kicked the other one in the face. They were predictable. These were not high-ranking members of the elite. They were hamstrung by their inability to cause a scene in this place. He wouldn't need to kill them, just get into the open. He leapt off the other side of the building and headed for the Hokage Tower. They wouldn't be able to follow him there. Sure enough, they didn't. There was no one following him at all. He slowed his movement as took a more circuitous route homewards. It was odd. Danzo was not that foolish. He surveyed his home at a distance. There was a figure inside with a familiar signature. He realized how odd it was that his former master had come to him. It was unexpected. He would have to be on guard. If it was unexpected, then it was likely that he was in danger. He scanned for other shinobi but found none. He dropped in through the open window and straightened up to his full height. The man didn't turn from where he was. Danzo-sama. "Naruto," there was silence. "You wish to contact me." Naruto realized quite how dark it was and for once did not feel comfortable. He wasn't sure of anything any longer with his former lord, for some time. "I expected that after your time in Orochimaru's base you would return at some stage. You did not. Now you have twice been recklessly endangered by the Hokage's actions. Twice you could have fallen to the Akatsuki." The man still wasn't looking at him, instead inspecting the floor. Naruto suspected the man had his eyes closed. It was a statement. Back turned, eyes shut. Naruto could strike at any moment and potentially kill him. "The Hokage has commanded you poorly. You are being used as a pawn when you should be being used as a rook when you should be a knight. You are an assassin, not a soldier. A force in the dark, not a fist in the light. She knows nothing of you and your skills." Naruto was unsure. Whilst it was true he had been developing other skills in his time in the light, it was not entirely true. There were emotive statements interwoven into his logic. "You do not belong in this place, Naruto. You never did." Naruto had to remember to breathe. Something felt wrong in this situation. "So now I come not to ask but to demand." Naruto. Demand? This wasn't right. This wasn't how his lord acted. He activated his Byakugan just as he saw the light once more begin to restart in his former master's eye. He saw the invasive stream of chakra begin to wind its way towards his eye like a mist. His suspicion of the man being a hinged foe was dispelled immediately. "You will rejoin the root forces. We will take care to hide your disappearance. Let us leave and have you return to where you belong." The voice was so hypnotic, but he was going to fight it. He repelled the chakra, but it came at him again and again. He slung the bow up into a firing position. No, no. There was an inflection he'd never heard from the man before. It was surprise. You cannot trick me with your genjutsu twice. You remember our training." The man gave a dry chuckle and he felt the chakra intensify. "You will come with me, Naruto." Then he was forced to move. The crossbow bolt stuck in the door and the man spun round to face him. The drop in concentration stopped the jutsu. "Come." "No." He saw the man's visible eye widen and he put another bolt into the bow and aimed it at him. "Naruto, think logically. Do not let the emotional taint you have picked up since you left Root cloud your judgment." "Taint." The man advanced a pace and slowed up as the tip of the bolt followed his jugular. "Yes. Consider why I keep my Root shinobi from emotion. Why I give some the memory seal to keep them in control. Control, Naruto. Control. Your perfect control made you the ultimate assassin. If these years had been spent with Root instead of the rag-tag shinobi of this village, you would be picking off the Akatsuki at your leisure now." The man was staring at him, and he could see the man shake with each breath. "You speak of emotion as a taint, yet you feel anger. I can see it in you. Your body language speaks of it. I have to bear the burden of emotion so my shinobi do not have to. You do not yet understand the burdens of leadership. I do not need to, I reject your demand. You fool." The blow caught him before he could react. His former master was after all a veteran shinobi and powerful. His face stung with the impact. "You used the seal at last, I see. Even if I cannot use my jutsu to force you, I can see the mark. You truly disappoint me then. I see the shame on your face as I mention it. You wish to break it. Yet you know fear. You disappoint me." Naruto rolled free and brought the crossbow up and fired. The shadow clone burst as the bolt struck it, and Naruto felt his side burn once again. He felt like he was shaking and realized he was. He wanted to fire a bolt into the real Danzo now. Once he had been manipulated. Twice was too far, yet he didn't want to kill the man without a plan. He felt the pain in his side grow once again and felt a surge of emotion stronger than any he had felt before. He was not Root anymore. He was not full Konoha shinobi, but he was not of Danzo's ilk. He needed to break free. He needed to break the seal. He gathered himself and tried to walk to the window. His steps felt unsteady and weak, but he was going to make it. The pain in his side burnt fiercely, but he would endure it to the end this time. He had to find Hinata. If anything, it was for her mission more than necessity. Actually, he needed her there. For some reason, she felt connected to it more than anyone else. He stumbled into the night and started to move for the Huuga compound. Chapter 53. Shatter her hands gently pressed the flower she had chosen to add to the collage she was making. It was a nice wind down for her in the evenings. She had gently collected the flower after the training session. The faded blue color was exactly what she needed. She was thankful that Shino's bugs had confirmed its health for her as well. She muttered a gently wish under her breath as she pressed the flower and watched for the color change. If she was right about what the flower was and she had researched it, then it should. She smiled gently as the blue turned to a beautiful texture of banded blues and greens as the pressure was applied. It was perfect. She mounted it onto the paper she had prepared, which flapped gently in the breeze. There shouldn't have been a breeze. She turned to see a body collapse through the window. "Naruto, what are you doing here? We break the seal now." "Now, yes." His eye was urgent and wide, the blue piercing her gaze and looking into her expectantly. It was late. She was not ready for this. Then he cried out in pain and rolled sideways. There was the sound of running feet outside her room. Neji pushed the door open and took in the scene. "Hinata, what is going on?" Hinata felt herself start to panic until he cried out in pain again. No time to get flustered. She needed privacy. "Help me get him to one of the meditation rooms, then go to the Hokage tower and fetch either Shizune-sama or the Hokage." "What?" Her voice was not wavering. She was not stuttering. In fact, she was being louder than she'd ever been. Now, Neji nodded mutely and hefted Naruto up, who gave another discomforted noise. She led the way to one of the meditation rooms. It was small, but it was soundproof. That was good. Neji laid Naruto down and turned to ask Hinata a further question. A single look told him that it was not the time. He started running. Hinata turned to Naruto, who had his hand on his side. She pulled back the shirt to see the marks where his fingers were pressing into the flesh, leaving marks. "What's happening, Naruto?" The responses were said through grunts of exertion as Naruto held himself as best he could. The seal is breaking, lots of pain, keep talking. Why? It's distraction from the pain until it breaks. It is close but it needs more. She thought, talk about what? The seal. Why I should break it, she thought. You should break it because of what it holds and how it holds you back. You should break it because it is your orders and my mission to ensure that you break it. He let out a cry and she paused. His hand gripped her arm tightly. She felt her arm becoming numb as he cut off the blood. His voice was little more now than a rasp. Keep going. You should break it because you want to break it. He began a twitch, and she used juken strikes to quickly disable his limbs. She remembered the sound of thrashing from before, presumably when he had used the seal. She didn't want him doing so here and hurting himself. He let out a cry that shook the room and hurt her ears. She saw the seal begin to fade into his side, slowly unraveling until just the center remained. Then it was gone. The scream ended and he slumped back unconscious. She used the sleeve of her jacket to mop his brow. Now she could get help. She opened the door slightly and shouted for assistance. It is hard to say what the experience of reliving the memory felt like for Naruto. At one moment, he was in a lot of pain, and then he was in another, different lot of pain. There hadn't been a transition as such, more of a shift into his body of old. It was like reliving the memory of Baka's death with Itachi, only without the change of scenery being controlled by an artist. If anything, he was just there. There was definitely a lot of blood here. He couldn't see it all. He'd remembered up to this point. The instrument descended into his chest as he'd expected it to. There was fresh agony. He was definitely crying in pain. Someone was talking somewhere, but he wasn't really paying attention. His chest was open in front of him, and he was somehow conscious during the process. The instrument twisted, and he felt the pain blossom to a climatic high. Then it all started to fade away, and the pain lessened suddenly. The vision of reality became a blur of non-color and shifting, darkening lights. How he could see this he had no idea. Where exactly was he? Was this the effect of some drug? The pain had gone. Why had he blocked this memory? Then there was something forming in the darkness. A shape, wide and dispersed seemingly in an endless room. His head swam and he felt nauseous at the geometry of the place. It felt wrong. Angles that weren't angles existed, and coexisted with each other in ways that made his eyes water. He realized he didn't have eyes to be watering. In fact, he felt weightless and non-existent. He could see, but he had no idea what he was seeing with. The lights ahead were coalescing from directions he realized he couldn't have imagined. This was discomforting, but why would he block this away? The light was forming something like a veil in front of him, pale gray standing out like the sun on the swirling mass around him. There were features now. Two hands emerged from the edges as it took on a vaguely humanoid form. The spikes of a long beard began to emerge, hairless spikes. A nose and mouth formed a dark red on the gray. Then the eyes formed and opened. He felt a chill run through his non-body and felt fear like he had never felt it before. The eyes were looking through him, piercing him. The nostrils flared and the mouth opened, thin and full of sharp teeth. The Shinigami loomed before him, seemingly miles away and bare inches from his face. He couldn't work out what geometry there was. It was cold, so cold, not painfully, just numbingly. The creature before him drifted closer without any noticeable effort. Robes rippled despite the lack of wind or air. Naruto realized he hadn't been breathing in this place. An arm rose slowly, and a single finger rose to point at his heart. He knew it despite being effectively bodiless. The creature got closer and whirled, now a mass of gray and fangs. The hand got closer, and he was suddenly moving towards the creature's mouth. The deep, soul-chilling laughter echoed as he got a glimpse into the mouth. Then he started to scream. Hinata saw him bolt straight upright, sweat pouring from his body. He had been out for only a few seconds, but he looked like he'd seen a ghost. His arms, juken struck and disabled, started to move anyway. She realized he was trying to form hand seals and grabbed his hands. No. Naruto. No. His arms struggled, but the juken strikes had robbed him of his strength. I have to, never again, never more, never more. She nearly slacked her grip. He was shouting, tears streaming from his visible eye as he fought her desperately. You want to break it, Naruto. I don't want to anymore. I can't, the pain is immense, tell me. His face strained and he let out a cry in anguish. No, he struggled further. There was the sound of running feet outside and the door slammed open. Hinata didn't look round, she was holding Naruto down. "Hinata, what is going on here?" She barely heard her father's voice over Naruto's cry, which was bleeding his voice raw. His struggles were weakening, his breathing shallow. "It's part of my mission from Hokage-sama." She couldn't see his expression and didn't want to imagine it. She was focused on the boy she was holding down so he wouldn't hurt himself. The cry had turned into a series of ragged sobs. She couldn't see him but didn't honestly care. Naruto was her sole focus in this moment. I'll leave you in peace." She heard the door shut behind and let out a sigh of relief. That had gone better than expected. He was shaking gently now, the tears still falling. She held him close and he clung to her like he would fall. "Naruto, what did you see?" He shook his head fervently and held her more tightly. "Naruto, tell me. It'll feel better." She heard the sound of his mouth opening and closing, but nothing coming out other than sobbing sounds from tired vocal cords. "When you're ready. It can wait." She wondered where Neji was with Shizune. There was the muffled sound of voices from outside the door, but she decided she didn't want to know what they were saying. Right now, her universe was her holding a friend who needed her. When he did speak, his voice was little more than a hushed whisper. "Paper, paper, do you want to write it down?" "Yes." "Right, don't leave me." She stood, gently lifting him upwards. She had to support his weight as his legs were weak and didn't provide any support. She remembered why and undid the damage she had done to his legs. He steadied a little but was still leaning heavily on her. She took a step and he took a tentative one next to. Whatever had happened to him when the seal had broken had left him robbed of some sort of vitality. She slid the door back to reveal nearly a dozen Huuga staring at the door. A barrage of questions hit her at once. "Hinata-sama, what is wrong? Who is he? What's going on? Is he a suitor?" Hayashi Huuga stepped between Hinata and the house members. "All of you, silence, return to your quarters. This is a matter for Hinata and her mission. Anyone who harasses her further will suffer severe punishment. Am I clear?" The various Huuga bowed and shuffled away to their rooms. Hayashi turned to Hinata. Naruto was resting on her, his face buried into her shoulder. She met his gaze. Something was different. Gone was the cold indifference that he usually held to her, and it was replaced with genuine concern. "Is there anything I can do for you, daughter? We need a place with writing materials where Naruto-kun can write without fear of interruption." She gave him a squeeze and he softly tightened his grip. "Of course, daughter. I shall put Neji outside to give you peace when he returns with Shizune-san. He informed me that you sent him. I wish you success, although I shall wish to speak with you both further when you are ready." He walked over to Naruto. "Naruto, would you allow me to carry you there? It will speed the process up." Naruto shook his head. Hayashi sighed. It was like he was a child unwilling to be separated from his mother. "Naruto-kun, I'll still be here. You can trust my father." Gently, she loosened his grip. Hayashi caught him as his legs buckled and hefted him upwards. Hinata started running towards the library and Hayashi began following at a run a moment later. What had caused his daughter to change into this mindset? Her kindness in the situation was unprecedented, her strength great, just like her mother. The thought crossed his mind and he had to accept it. Hitomi had always been kind and strong in that kindness. Hinata was just like that. He nearly smiled. Hinata pushed the door open and Hayashi let Naruto gently down into a chair. Hinata put a reassuring arm around him, which he returned. "Hinata-chan, thank you." She smiled and his spirit seemed to lift a little more with that. Hayashi returned with paper and a pen for him. He took up the pen and started to write feverishly. Hinata looked over his shoulder as the characters sprawled onto the page like poetry in motion. Her father took a glimpse and turned away. He would greet Neji at the gates and direct him there. He took a last look at his daughter and could have sworn, just for one brief moment, that he saw Hitomi standing there. Tsunade looked up as the doors of her office burst open at speed. She was about to admonish the idiot who thought they could make a dramatic entrance on her when she realized it was Shizune. That meant something bad was happening. They definitely weren't under attack, so what on earth could have caused this? Shizune? She held up a document. Tsunade sighed. More paperwork. Shizune was too out of breath to respond and merely shook her head, pressing the document onto the desk. Tsunade took a look at the title and all other thoughts fled from her head. She looked at her protege who was leaning on the desk as her face returned to a more normal color. Have you read this yet? No, Tsunade-sama. It has only been read by Hinata and Naruto. Tsunade brought out the rest of the report from a drawer in her desk. She turned to the last page of the last book. The timings matched up. She wanted to read the entire report immediately and learn what had happened. She could dive in immediately. There were bigger issues. What of Naruto? He's currently sleeping in the Huuga compound under watch by Hinata and Neji. I think she's standing a vigil over him until she is sure he's safe. Tsunade nodded. Her devotion is exemplary. Go to the compound and stay with him. We're going to read this with him and see if we can offer more guidance. I will see to it personally. This goes beyond the medical issues and into my status as a leader. She brought out a bottle from under the desk and poured 2 saucers before passing one to Shizune, who was too confused to resist as one was pressed into her hands. A little something to celebrate, though. She succeeded. Shizune nodded and drank the dish with her master. The older woman slapped a hand on her shoulder. That's the spirit. First drink on the job for you, Shizune. She spluttered a little. She had just taken her first drink on the job. It felt good, far too good. She could see how her master had made this a habit. I think I need to sleep, Tsunade-sama. Good idea. See you tomorrow when we straighten this all out. Shizune staggered towards her home as Tsunade turned once more to view Konoha. The first rays of sunshine were beginning to rise above the city below. The sunrise was going to be a good one. She took a second swig of the sake and smiled. Maybe a third would be in order too. Chapter 54. Friendly little chat. He awoke with sweat pouring from his face and gasped the air like it was water in a desert. He was in an unfamiliar room covered by a soft blanket and resting on something soft. Something was resting on his shoulder as well. A gentle look indicated that it was Hinata's head. She was sleeping. He shifted her head onto a pillow and moved the blanket over her. He wasn't going to be sleeping, so she needed it more. He remembered everything. He remembered the helplessness of it all, Hinata forcing him onwards. He owed her much for that. He remembered being carried to a library and writing furiously, manically, until the account was on the paper as opposed to purely in his head. Somehow that made the memory more bearable. It still haunted him, but at least it was out now. He could deal with it. His hands twitched before he realized that the seal was broken. He could try using it again, but he had broken it. He had broken that which his former master had cursed him with. He realized how emotive the adjectives were and didn't care. He pulled himself upwards and took another deep breath. He could stand on his own now, although his limbs still ached a little. Orochimaru's torturers had certainly left some sympathetic scars. His limbs wanted to bear a bit longer. He could feel the phantom wounds clearly. He found his cloak and pulled it around himself. The anonymity it would provide could be useful. He looked around for a door and realized how much trouble he could be in. He was in the Huuga compound, surrounded by people who might kill him if they knew about his eye. He found the door and took a last look back at Hinata. She was stirring a little, but she still slept. He decided to leave her in peace. He liked the picture the room formed, the morning light gently warming the room through the blinds, Hinata sleeping under the pale blanket. It was a nice picture. He gently pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Someone looked up from where they were resting on a wall. They looked up with somewhat sleepless eyes. Neji-san, Naruto-san, I take it you are better than before, somewhat. There was silence for a moment. Naruto-san, since we last met, I wish you to know I have changed for the better. It took some time, but I wish to apologize for my past behavior. It is accepted. We did not start out on the best of terms. I am grateful that you kept your word about my eye. Neji looked away and Naruto heard more footsteps. He recognized the man as the one who had carried him, Hinata's father. The man had a very neutral expression on his face. He realized Neji had left rather abruptly. The man gestured for Naruto to wait as he looked in on Hinata, who continued to sleep. He shut the door gently and turned to Naruto. Naruto-san, my name is Hayashi. I am head of the Huuga clan and Hinata's father. We need to have a talk. It is expedient to meet you, Hayashi-sama. Where do you wish to talk? The gardens. Join me. He fell into step with the man awkwardly. He was not used to walking with people. Running yes, standing before yes, and not walking with. The man wasn't looking at him. I have heard so little of you and I wish to know more. I know nothing of you Hayashi-sama. They kept walking, various Huuga were moving out of the way, and he could see the glances they shot him. Confusion was chief amongst them. I wish it to remain that way until I know more of you. I shall wait until we are more alone and away from prying ears before continuing. He followed the man. He looked at the windows and something was familiar, and it was confirmed when the door was opened. The courtyard looked different in the morning light than it had the night, but he recognized it all the same. Hayashi motioned, and the doors to the courtyard were closed by unseen figures. They were suddenly very isolated and alone despite being in the center of possibly the largest clan compound. He sat by the pond and gestured for Naruto to do the same. Naruto put a little distance between them, sitting opposite to the man around the pond like he had done with Hinata months before. She shared a gaze with the puppyless eyes of the Hyuga clan head. Allow me to tell you what I know of you, Naruto. There was the soft sound of birdsong from a tree, and the water rippled as a gentle breeze moved through the central gardens. At first I heard a mention of you from Shikaku Nara. It should not surprise you to learn that we are friends, after a fashion. I was told of a boy who had succeeded in killing a Jinchuriki during the invasion by Odo and Suna 3 years ago. I was impressed. Calm under an assault, performing his mission without quandary or calm, even if it meant killing without asking questions. A fine person. Yet there was no record of anyone matching that description from your class or any academy class. I was intrigued. Then there was word from my nephew. Naruto started looking for ways out of the area should he need them. He could create a shadow clone and short notice if he needed to run for safety. He wished he could activate his eye and see how surrounded he was. I see this makes you uncomfortable, and I wish you not to panic, at least not yet. If I wish you killed, I will make sure to follow correct protocol of our clan, that is to say Konoha law. I have no wish to kill a fellow shinobi without permission. Should I be granted that permission, that is where clan protocol takes over. For you see, my nephew spoke of a boy who had defeated him in exchange for silence. He had stood up for my weak daughter, insulted our clan. He had a Byakugan. I was angry at first, and nearly demanded that Tsunade-sama bring you before me to remove the offending eye. The chance never came, for then there was a tale of a boy who had shot and killed a comrade and then disappeared. Had he continued the mission? Had he fled? Had he defected? There were many questions and many possible answers. I wasn't the only one who wanted to know what happened when Kakashi returned. I was again angry at being denied my vengeance. Over time, I had time to think. On the one hand, you had someone who insulted my clan by his existence, humiliated our clan's prodigy and nearly broke its heir. Possibly a coward, possibly a traitor, the worst and lowest of the scum. On the other, you had a shinobi who continued the mission no matter the risk. A skilled fighter capable of finding a weakness and ruthlessly exposing it. Defeating Neji without excessive power is no easy feat. Years passed and I pondered you less. I was more concerned with Hinata. She looked to be leaving the shinobi path, and that worried and angered me. The man paused briefly, looking over the calm water and into Naruto's single visible eye. Naruto wondered why he was being told this. Perhaps the man wanted him to know more despite denying it. Then one night Hinata returned in a different frame of mind. She should have been deflated and saddened, having left the shinobi way for good. Instead she came back. I think angry is the term. No, furious, determined. That night someone broke into the compound and spoke to her, and she lashed out in anger at him. It did not take long to figure out it was you. I was again angry. You break into my home and scare my daughter. You humiliate my clan by sneaking in past our all-seeing eyes. I nearly demanded your death. Nearly. My hand was stayed by news of your innocence. Clan heads get access to a little more information than the average Jonin. It helps keep some unity within the clan system and our relationship with Konoha. I then learned that the Hokage intended to entwine the path of you and Hinata by putting you near her team and making her your therapist. Or at least I inferred it. Hinata told me little of her mission other than rank and general description. The rest I could work out. I could not object, else I would face censure from the Hokage. When the Akatsuki came and went, you remained standing. I then spoke with another of my friends. Shibai is not a man taken to affect affairs outside his clan, yet you gained his attention. Not only that, you were welcomed into the Aburame home. That is a privilege. I was shocked that he would trust you. He mentioned that his son would trust you and that he would trust his son. He questioned whether I trusted my heir so. Then yesterday I saw my daughter act in a way I had never seen before. Maybe it is my fault for missing that part of her nature. She was determined. She did not stutter or waste time, and she gave orders. She gave orders to everyone, including myself, something I think she will feel bad about but should not. There was a part of that in Hitomi, yet I feared that it existed only in my other daughter. Some of that will lives on in Hinata as well. You brought it out of her. Now, she has succeeded in her mission and I get to meet you at last. So tell me, Naruto, which are you? The thief, the traitor, the spy? The one who sows darkness and despair amongst my clan and you enemies? Or are you a shining light, a shinobi who will never give up? The one who gains the trust of the Aburame and the apparent favor of the Hokage? The one who stands up to S-ranked shinobi and lives? Naruto considered his answer. It had never seemed more fitting given what he had seen. I am the shadow, the smoke in your eyes. I am a ghost that hides in the night. The man considered. Then cease hiding for this conversation. Although I have seen your face without the hood, it was not by your choice. I request, nay, demand that you show me. Naruto lowered the hood and saw the look of comprehension on the man's face. He realized it had been some time since he had last hacked his hair short, and the beginnings of spiky blonde hair were forming on his head. Shibai was right. The resemblance is faint, but there. I will keep that safe. I wish to see the eye you hide. Do not fear, I will not harm you here and now. Naruto undid the bandage around his eye and let it fall. The Byakugan met the gaze of the man. He sighed and buried his face in his hands for a moment. When they rose up again, a single tear rolled down a cheek. I always wondered what happened. Cannot blame you for this truth, yet you must understand my anger. Naruto realized that the man recognized the eye. That meant he knew the gaze well, so well that he would react to it. He considered the closest relationships the man could have. It belonged to your late wife. The man's gaze hardened a little. Watch your tongue. It is her eye, not yours. He pulled back a bit, his hands unclenching, but yes, I recognize it. I suspect Hinata finds it familiar too if she has seen it. I wondered what happened that day. When the doctors told me she had died, I looked into her dead eyes. I was clouded by grief. Something looked wrong, but I had no time to focus. I was a father with 2 young children whose wife had just died. I had bigger concerns and responsibilities. I always wondered, but with her body committed to the grave, I never could. I know now that a part of her lives on. You still do not answer my question, though. Which Naruto are you? Are you someone I should hate and fear, or someone I should cherish and praise? Naruto again considered. The man's gaze bored into him deeply. I am neither. Then what are you? He considered again. I am an instrument of the Hokage's will. She commands and I obey. The man shook his head. Perhaps I am too direct or not direct enough. It is hard to know with you, Naruto. You are not without emotion like myself. You must feel something. I do not have any other way of describing myself in such ways. I am a Jinchuriki. I am a shinobi of Konoha. What are you asking for? The man considered, stroking his chin gently. Allow me to rephrase. I wonder how far you would go to complete your missions. I wonder what you would sacrifice, what common boundaries you would break. Would you hesitate to kill a comrade to succeed on a mission? Would you leave Hinata to die on a mission if it made sure it succeeded? Would you use a teammate as bait? It's this test of character I wish to gauge for you. I want to know if you are an emotionless killer who will use anything and everything for his mission, regardless of ethical issues. Or are you someone who is not? Naruto remembered all of his missions. At first, when I undertook my first missions for the Hokage, I was such a shinobi. I nearly shot Hinata to keep her silence after she spotted me on a mission. I shot through her teammate's shoulder to kill a man later on. Had I been on a mission with her as a teammate, I would have shot through her or anyone else to succeed. I would not aim to kill, but if it were necessary, I would know have hesitated. At the invasion, I used clones with explosive tags to kill enemies and subjected my foes to fear, wearing them down and slaying them without mercy. When I was told to retrieve Sasuke, I went straight for him, ignoring the other fights I saw taking place on the way. I left them to their fights so I could complete my mission. I shot a friend accidentally whilst aiming to hit my target behind him. It was a low percentage shot that I had to attempt. I killed him, even if he had been wounded grievously. If you judge me by that standard, then I am what you seem to fear. The man nodded with a look of understanding on his stoic face. I sense there is more you have to say, Naruto. Speak freely. This is a place where men can talk plainly away from prying eyes and ears. Not even the Hokage herself will impede on this clan tradition. Since I returned from that mission, I have changed. I know now the kinship of teammates and the bonds that hold us together. I know friendship more, taught to me as I killed my first friend. I know more now. I look upon my previous actions and they make less sense with my new mindset. It is confusing. I know that my duty as a shinobi is to complete my mission first and foremost. To do so, as you say, I should sacrifice teammates if necessary, use every tool and person to my mission's goal, give my life if necessary. Yet now, I understand the bonds that tie people together. I know more of emotion and the things that once seemed so illogical to me. I understand why people will abandon their missions and save their teammates. But would you, Naruto? Would you do so? He considered briefly. It would depend. To make a blanket statement on the issue would not be fitting. If it were somebody injured grievously, perhaps I would. If it were a close friend, I may not. The circumstances and the situation make such a question dangerously vague. The man nodded. So where in the balance of emotion and logic do you stand? I do not know. It would be variable. I prefer the logical route. It makes decisions that can be justified and quantified, that can be recorded and debated afterwards to a correct answer. Yet the emotional side cannot be denied, and denying it can have negative consequences. I think I can illustrate this better. You know of me threatening Hinata 3 years ago? The man nodded. When Neji brought up your presence, I talked to Lady Tsunade. She did not like you then, but she was a fair leader. Perhaps she knows more than I do on the issue. It is not unknown. I must trust she keeps it secret for a reason. She told me of the incident then, and I thought I would be able to take my anger out upon you. Then she protected you. She saw something and knew something. Indeed. Imagine I had followed through, and before the previous Hokage could save her, I had shot her dead. How far would you have gone in your search for me? The man seemed to stiffen. Naruto had noticed a lack of body language clues and facial changes, so the man was emotionally controlled. Now he saw a flicker of something deep within. I would have torn down walls, metaphorical and physical. I would have fought and searched. You understand why? Naruto realized he could. From what you have said, you hold a deep affection for her as a daughter and as the embodiment of Hitomi. The man very briefly and very slightly smiled. Yes. At the time, perhaps, I would not have felt so much affection. That is my shame to bear now. I would still have fought. What if you began to find secrets that could have led to conflict? Too many deaths, possibly to a civil war in Konoha. Maybe the death of your entire clan. The man pondered it. The sun had risen a little by now, reflecting off the calm pond surface and lighting the area with gently sunlight. The sky was slowly losing the last vestiges of the pink sunrise. I see, so that is where you stand. An excellent illustration. I would only be willing to go so deep, bound by my responsibilities as a clan head and a shinobi of Konoha. I take it that you would do the same. Yes. I seek to make Konoha greater above all other villages. If I see a net gain in the action, then I will perform it for the good of all. It becomes more difficult the less people you consider. A classic ethical debate about government by consent. You are intelligent. I think I have the measure of you now. The man rose and indicated for Naruto to do the same. I have made my judgment of you, likely as you have of me. I will not try to reclaim your Byakugan, nor push for your censure. The reason is not that I believe that you will not cause harm, not that you will not make mistakes, and not that you are not dangerous. It is partially that I believe that you will do more good than harm, that you will help Konoha rather than harm it. You hold the friendship of the Aburame, who chose friends carefully. You hold the trust, albeit in an odd way, of the Hokage. Most importantly, you have the trust and affection of my daughter. You have made her better and made me realize things I have long ignored. For that, I thank you. I trust that you meant no more harm and offer in some ways my friendship to you." The man bowed, and Naruto instinctively copied the gesture. He clapped his hands once and the doors were opened by unseen figures. Hinata, Shizune and Tsunade were very quickly in the courtyard as soon as they did. Tsunade gave Hayashi a stern look. "Hayashi-sama, I very much dislike it when you lock an unbriefed shinobi of mine into a Huuga man chat, particularly one who requires medical supervision. The correct term for our talk is a conference of minds, Hokage-sama. I wish to learn more of Naruto and have succeeded in doing so. He is unharmed, I assure you." Tsunade nodded. "Just wait for me next time something like this happens. I'm sure you are now aware why he was in your compound." "I only know that it was a part of Hinata's now successful mission, but no more than that." Tsunade barely showed any sign of shock or expression change. "Good. I need to take Hinata for debriefing." Hayashi bowed. "Then our business is concluded. May the will of fire burn bright with you, Hokage-sama." He walked off, Neji joining him once he had left the courtyard. Tsunade turned her full attention on Naruto. It was like being caught in bright sunlight that was focused directly onto him. Hospital now, Naruto. Let's talk what you saw last night. Chapter 55. Ghost Itachi meditated again. He suspected that he was merely killing time now with Kasame out chasing the eight tails with the masked man. Toby. Doubtless his usual partner would return with the Jinchuriki, and then he could enact his plan. He would try to get Kasame to join him, or at least convince the man to take the money he had earned and go free. Kasame couldn't really hide that well, but overall he would survive the world he was in. If he was defeated in battle, he wouldn't actually mind. He was something of a blank in that regard, someone who could never have truly fitted in with peacetime. A creature of war, possibly the best at what he did. Itachi awaited his return so he could reason with the one man he called a friend. Zetsu rose from the ground, a wide smile across the white, expressive side of his face. His darker side remained as unreadable as ever. "Zetsu, what brings you here? The sealing of the eight tails is to commence now. You are required." It seemed that Kasame would likely have returned then. He began to run to the sealing chamber. It wasn't out of excitement, but the quicker they could seal the beast the better. He leapt onto one of the outstretched fingers to join the remainder of the Akatsuki. There was the figure of a man at the base of the statue, a muscled man with several scabbards on his back. No swords were present. He looked like he'd been beaten to hell. There were gouges in his skin from where Samehada must have bitten deep. He looked around. Many of the fingers were of course now empty. He remembered a past time when all 10 could have been filled. He recalled Orochimaru being a member. The snake's death had been extremely satisfying. He looked to where Sasori would have stood, to where Deidara had as well. His eyes passed over Konan and Pain, the latter of whom was in meditation, preparing to commune with the horrifying statue that filled the chamber. There was Zetsu, at least one of him. The black half there was only ever one of, but he'd seen multiple white before. Then the empty fingers of the zombie brothers. He didn't miss them that much at all. Both had been horrible people that the world was better off without. Then Toby leapt up to his left and waved at him. He turned away. That man was going to be the death of him. He looked at the finger to his right. Any moment now Kasame was going to appear there. Pain's voice rang out. "We are ready to begin the sealing. Prepare yourselves." What of Kasame? He looked to his left where Toby was preparing himself in an exaggerated fashion by stretching and throwing a few shadow punches. Was Kasame injured badly enough by the fight to be unable to participate? Sure he wasn't dead. He needed to ask, but now was not the time. The dragons emerged, and Itachi began fighting to control the process of the sealing. He grit his teeth and got to work as the dragons descended on the man. They sat in one of the hospital counseling rooms. Naruto recalled it was the one their first session had been held in. Shizune brought out the paper that Naruto had finished the report on and held it out to him. "This report was for you to read, Hokage-sama." Tsunade nodded. "It is, however I want you to read it to me. I believe this is the final step in your accepting it fully. You shouldn't hold it inside even if it is written down. I want you to say it yourself to us." He nodded. It would hurt, remembering it once again, but if the Hokage ordered, he would follow. He looked at the words on the page. He didn't remember the time after the seal broke exactly, but he remembered being carried and writing as if he needed to expunge the words from his body. He could read what he had written. He took a deep breath as he summoned some energy. The sleep from the previous night had definitely not been enough, no matter how peaceful it had been. Report update 864. The scalpel descended into my innards yet again, a fountain of blood coming with it. Fresh pains blossomed like flowers in a meadow, a few more amongst so many others. There was pain like the sun rising anew, a fresh beam of light striking the dark lands. The pain spread through my entire being as the scalpel twisted and turned. I would have admired their persistence to their craft and their dedication to keeping me alive through it all. Yet they can only do so much before making a mistake. They must have nicked something or pushed my clone's body too far as the pain began to fade along with my vision. Everything faded. Sounded faded, touch faded. Smell faded. I could not smell my own blood or hear the sound of their laughter and questions. The world became feelingless, without stimulus or presence. I was floating in a void that felt like it was dimensionless and endless. There was color without color, form without form. The land beyond is a place that the mind cannot encompass easily. It was, and probably still is, beyond description. Then there were surging and winding non-colors that were distinct from the other more constant color that pervaded this place. I could not look away, but I could look everywhere. I had eyes that could see everything. Yet I felt like I had my body, my full body. My eyes were my own, my flesh unmarked by anything. I had never felt so whole and yet never felt so not. The colors were converging, spinning into one another, merging and splitting and fading and becoming brighter. They did things I could not conceive of and do not thing I could remember. Yet there was soon a figure that floated in the nothing yet walked on it, a figure in the colors yet not of them. He could remember this. The description he had written was exactly how he remembered it. He shivered a little and paused. He felt the expectant gaze on him from everyone in the room. I saw the shape first. Wide, vast, yet smaller than myself. At once huge and minuscule and insignificant. Robes billowed in wind I knew could not exist in this non-place. Arms extended wide, no longer than a man's, and yet seeming to stretch all around me. It encased me without looking like it did, surrounded from one spot before me. The outline of a head that seemed part of its shoulders, or perhaps shrouded in some great hood, began to appear. Spikes of hair like a beard were present. It seemed like an eternity that took seconds. It glowed and yet seemed not to be there. It was so utterly inhuman yet so utterly familiar. Then slits appeared like nostrils and a mouth began to open. There was no depth to it, only a raw reed line with dark lips and sharp teeth. Then the eyes were opened. Thin, slitted. They looked at my form and seemed to light a burning red from within. It all seemed so familiar, like I knew it was going to happen. It looked like a mirror of myself, and yet it looked so opposite. So polar, so contradictory in such a contradictory space. It now looked gray, or a non-color that was like gray. Again, it is hard to conceive of such a thing. He could remember all of this, he had held up during it. He could see the figure in his mind, or half see it. How could he recall something he could not write fully? How did you explain the way the laws of the earth seem to twist and change and shape in such a place? How did you forget it? I felt cold, colder than I had ever felt in what I have to consider the real world. This chill went through me, became me. It was impossible to feel cold, though. I had no body to speak of, none that I could feel. Yet it chilled my fingers, stopping my hands. It chilled my legs, I could not move. It froze the air in my lungs when there were no lungs or no air in this place. It drifted closer, the chill somehow growing in magnitude as I went further and further into its proximity. Yet there was no proximity in this place. A single word escaped me, from a mouth that was not there and frozen shut, with words that were not words yet formed a word, and a sound carried by nothing and everything that pervaded all of the world. Shinigami. I could not prevent it, and still there was a cloying sense of knowing how this would go. I was a clone, how could a clone be here? Could a clone die without dispelling? How long did it last? Was this the last dregs of consciousness before the body and mind disintegrated? Was the clone cold and dead on the slab with a soul free? Did it matter? I was holding on tightly to sensation, even as non-sensation destroyed my memory of what felt real. It was so close, so close. It was everywhere, its eyes were everything. Its fanged maw threatened to swallow reality itself. Then it raised an arm, it was slow. It took centuries that spanned a millisecond. A hand, clawed, aged, gray yet not there emerged. I could not understand what was happening yet felt like an actor in a play, knowing and playing my part to the full. He could remember this too. The manuscript trembled in his hands. He didn't know how far he was in. He had to keep going. A hand touched his arm softly and he looked up into the face of Hinata. He could see a tear rolling down her cheek as she nodded gently. Her actions told him what to do better than words. He had to keep going. He had to. This was worse than any physical torture, more painful than any wound. He would take the hard yards. The reassuring pressure on his arm reminded him that this was just a memory. It whispered again with sounds and motions that went beyond words, sounds beyond sounds, and yet more primal, more basic, and more telling. It whispered my name, and the chill felt like fire and ice pounding through veins I did not have. I felt dizzy yet could feel everything. The mouth grew wider, and I could not help but stare with my eyes. Everything felt so strong and so unreal and so real. It is beyond mortal words and human description. The maw still opened, and it was fading from red. The figure was so big it had become the area. The mouth faded still and grew. It was like falling. Then I saw down the depthless mouth, and the sight within broke me like a storm snaps a twig. The nothingness within went beyond a lack of color. It was nothingness. It stared up at me and beckoned to me without words and movement, but with such irresistibility. I screamed and screamed. I would not submit to it, yet I was being pulled deeper in. I could not stand the nothingness. There was nothing there. The abyss stared up at me and drew me onwards into nothingness. The dark abyssal void of nothingness. The sound of mad voices began to sound, the sound of a billion screaming souls, the sound of every living thing screaming in terror. This was beyond fear, beyond mortal terror. It was the abyss from which there is an end. I could feel it, the cloying feel of darkness ripping all I was apart. Then it ended and I was whole again. I was in a forest where I had been seconds before, yet felt I had not seen for millennia. I was alive. Yet I had the memories of what seemed like death. I could not cope with the suddenness of the transition, the rush of memory and paradox. My hand slammed through the hand signs before thought could grace my mind. The seal in my side burnt with the fire of the sun. The pain was intense and my body thrashed as it tried to cope. Hands grabbed me, fighting my movement. Then there was a brief time of darkness. I opened my eyes to see a familiar face, racked with confusion and concern. I asked it to smile, and it did. With relief, my mission ended and the darkness of sleep and exhaustion claimed me. He slumped into his chair, energy having left his body. Hinata was sat in the chair next to his, tears rolling freely down her face. When she saw his gaze, she nodded before turning away to wipe away the tears. Shizune was shaking gently, tears on her face as well. The table Tsunade was gripping splintered and broke, dust falling from her fingers. This concludes my report, Hokage-sama. I truly am a ghost. All of the Akatsuki except Pain sagged to their knees as the ceiling finished and another eye opened on the grotesque statue. Itachi could feel his body ache with exhaustion. The less of them there were, the longer and more draining it was. Kasame was still not present. Pain's voice rang out deep and menacing through the chamber. One beast remains before peace. We are close to our goal. What happened to Kasame? Everyone looked at him. He felt himself tremble a little. Zetsu twisted round, part movement and part shifting of body parts. He was fighting the eight tails. So fast, so strong, so powerful. It overcame him at the last. He did so well. He nearly beat it. Then Toby was able to finish the job on the Jinchuriki. He was so weak by then, so pitiful. It was just in time as well. Nasty Raikage was close. What killed him? Toby bounded over, arms flailing. Itachi heard Pain call for something, but he ignored the man. He wanted answers. Nasty Fish Man was on the wrong end of a tentacle blow. It crushed him and the blood went splattering everywhere. It was horrible and nasty. Toby nearly fainted. Itachi held his tongue. His remains, we disposed of them. We haven't eaten sushi for so long. Tasted leathery. Itachi fought to control himself not to vomit at the idea. Something felt very, very wrong with this situation. He turned on his heel and marched from the room. There was someone running after him. He felt an arm gently touch his shoulder. Itachi-kun, it is okay to be upset by his death. Even as I recognize you saw him as a friend. It was Conan. It was unexpected to see her away from pain. It was also fortuitous. I am angry. He was a fine partner and someone I got along with in this place. His death leaves a void that cannot be easily replaced. Do not worry, when we capture the final beast, there will be no more need for fighting and death. There will be peace at long last. You have to believe in it, Itachi. Peace. He looked her in the eyes and she nodded. Peace. Itachi, you have been defined by war for so long. When was the last time you knew true peace? When have you not been haunted by death? He chuckled at the irony and saw her expression waver slightly. He was tired, so very tired of this waiting game. Conan, I am sorry. Her eyes glistened in the half-light as they looked into his. They widened as his eyes changed and twisted into kaleidoscope shapes of deep red and black that spun. She tried to turn away, but it was far too late. Itachi's hand slammed over her mouth to silence the scream that would have alerted people. Tsukutoyumi burrowed deep into her psyche, past layers of defense and towards her deepest fears. It brought them forwards, showed them crushing her desires and wants. It burrowed deep and ripped outwards like a barbed hook. Under the guise of the angel, she was just a frightened, orphaned girl looking for a savior. He could see her memories but could not allow himself to be distracted by them. He'd never directly killed anyone through a genjutsu, but he knew he would have to do his best. No marks, no trace, nothing physical. His eyes fluttered as the stresses her mind felt began to take physical effect on her body. Her breathing hitched for a second as the rhythms in her heart suffered in a rhythmic burst. She slackened, and Itachi laid her gently down as her legs buckled. Her pulse was faint and erratic, and Itachi could feel it ebbing away. It was sad that her humanity had brought her to her death. Itachi had always found that good about Conan, despite what little he had seen. She had a humanity to her the other members did not have. Pain was something strange, the Rinnegan eyes making him seem inhuman. The zombie brothers, Sasori, Orochimaru, Zetsu, to a degree Kasame. None of them were really shining examples of looking or being human at all. He used an earth jutsu to merge her body with the walls, making it one with the earth. Zetsu would have a harder time finding it there, and Pain would not easily be able to revive her even now, even if he could find her. He turned and kept walking away towards his meditation chamber. It would look like a heart attack. It had been the most peaceful way of doing it. Now he would force Pain's hand. Him, Pain, and the masked man, they would have their showdown. He had to win, for Sasuke, for vengeance, so nobody won. Chapter 56. Going down. Naruto found himself back in Tsunade's office for a further bit of discussion. He wanted to be on missions again, doing things. However, she wanted to know something more. He certainly felt better for having conquered his own personal problem and faced up to the reality of his life after death. I have a few more questions. I didn't realize the night you broke the seal. I had some thoughts about your previous report about the fight against Hidden. He remembered that fight because he should have died. The man's jutsu hadn't affected him at all when it had devastated Shino. You didn't describe the fight in any real detail. I want the real story. You didn't simply cut off his head, did you? No, I was outmatched and suffered the reported injuries. He then attempted to perform the same jutsu on me that he did on Shino. She shook her head with a soft smile as he continued. When it did not work, I took the opportunity to remove his head. It took 2 blows as I reported. She was smiling. He wondered why. You didn't put it into your report because you didn't understand why it happened. Yes. It seems now I understand more. Perhaps his ritual had some basis in a godlike being that demanded death and it believed me to be already dead. Either way, it was a stroke of luck as opposed to something based on skill. You idiot Naruto. I've almost stopped being shocked and worried. You're too much like your father in some ways. You knew? Files. That and the resemblance when you came in with long hair, the similarity were almost uncanny. If you let it grow out a bit, you would get the ladies in no time. By which I mean you would be more attractive to them before you take that the wrong way. He decided to remember that for the future should he wish to attract girls. He did not wish to currently do so. Or did he? This was a worrying new perspective on life. He decided now was not the time to think about it. Well, at least what happened now makes sense to me. You've been lucky so far, Naruto. I don't want you to engage any more Akatsuki. Don't push your luck any further than you have. You're not meant to be an upfront fighter and I can't risk you. For all we know, you're the last one left. Right now, you've done enough. I'm keeping you off the front lines and as far away from aim as possible. If you see Akatsuki, flee on sight. He had half expected the order and couldn't disagree with it. He had been pushing it. Then again, how many of them remained? What was Itachi doing? He had to accept that it wasn't time for him to be fighting. Someone who could take out an S-rank shinobi reliably was going to take out the S-rank shinobi. He didn't mind that. Will I be allowed to take on missions in the meantime? I'd be tempted to say no if that wouldn't lead to you going utterly insane. Don't argue, I know you need to do things, and I don't want that being something I can't control. They'll mostly be patrol missions, stuff that should be low incident. If anything that needs your speciality turns up, I'll be sure to let it happen. That sounded actually not satisfactory. Being with friends and doing calm missions until Akatsuki were gone was a perfectly logical premise. It was the correct orders for her to give to him, and yet he wanted more. Something with excitement. Something where he could feel his blood pump and ignore the pain of his wounds. Something big and dangerous where he was close to death. Again, he would have to try to accept the orders. I accept. Good, I'm actually promoting you to Special Jonin. You'll be mostly in charge of Team 8. Kurenai isn't fit for duty, so I'm pulling her from the standard forces for a while. That would make things more tolerable at least. Are there any more secrets you want to share right now, too? To be fair to her, she barely looked shocked once again. What you were meant to say was, no Tsunade, I don't. Everything in your world can now be at peace and paperwork has ceased to exist. The secrets pertain to Danzo and Itachi. That got a little bit more of a reaction. Itachi. He confronted me on the Iwa recon mission I undertook with Talon and his team. She poked him in the chest. It was like being punched by a genin. And you're not being drained of your life right now because he's not on anyone's side anymore. He's going to try and annihilate the Akatsuki from within and then he'll come for me. He also confronted me after I had beheaded Hidden, directing me to the other fight. She sighed deeply. You really have to tell me these things, Naruto. I feel even more justified now but worried about Itachi's goals. Then again, it works to your advantage in a lot of ways. I'm in the mood for a lot of problems at once. What about Danzo? I wasn't the only member of Root. Shit. She hit the table and Tsune was into the room in moments. Impressive reaction times and the lesson taught by years of the occurrence. What do you need, Tsunade-sama? Fetch Talon, Shikaku, and don't do it. Tsunade stared at Naruto with a ferocity he hadn't quite expected. The whisper had escaped his lips before even he could stop himself. What? Don't do what you're about to do. It's an emotive-based response that will lead to a worse outcome. He was suddenly slammed into a wall and held there by a well-manicured fist that held his body glove with an iron grip. You question my judgment? Yes. The fist was cocked back and Naruto expected this to hurt and possibly break something. Shizune had cried out and taken her other arm. The Hokage's face was stiff with anger. There was a few seconds before the fist was lowered. Explain what you would do then. I have a rouge force of shinobi in my village, have been lied to by a man who advised my sensei and was like a brother to him. I have been manipulated, and you lied to me in doing so. Explain why I should in any way acknowledge you. Why should I not simply remove you from service? Why I should trust you now that you reveal this? It is hard to explain, but I believe that a force-based approach will only lead to more harm. Tsunade sighed and turned away. He realized that, despite her youthful appearance, she was still old. She had to be in her 50s at least. You realize the burden of being Hokage? Yes. You must take decisions that determine much and affect the entire world at a stroke. Your command could save or doom thousands of lives. You command thousands of shinobi and control the largest landmass in the nations. Then you realize that I cannot tolerate a cancer within my ranks. When we treat cancer, we operate on it, Naruto. We cut it out totally and destroy it. Sometimes that means destroying some good as well. It is a price I do not wish to pay, yet I must. Naruto nodded. He understood the issue. What of longer-term Tsunade? What if when other nations hear of a battle within Konoha? How many lives then? What if they ally and invade? What of Akatsuki? I know. I am stuck in this position of knowing and being powerless. I wish to exercise my anger and wrath upon his forces. What option do I have but force? Ignoring it would not be responsible. Naruto considered. Danzo has not struck at you yet. If he wished to, he would. He must know that attacking you directly will cause more harm than good. He wants to remove me. It was a conversation with me that sparked the motivation to break the seal. He wanted me back en route and was willing to use the same jutsu he used to manipulate me into lying to you. Tsunade looked at him wearily. He has a jutsu that can do that. Odd that we do not know of it. What if you are lying? I am not. So what do you propose? Naruto considered this. Danzo was the problem, not the root. Could you remove one without the other? No, one would have to be removed. You could either pick root apart slowly or you could try to remove Danzo. Would the man listen to reason? Could he be convinced to disband it? But disbanding it wasn't a good idea either. Could he be convinced to cooperate with the Hokage? Could the Hokage be convinced as well? He considered it unlikely. What was needed was a bond, an understanding between both Root and the Hokage. There were few options. Root needed a commander that knew both sides. He realized there was only one person. Can you trust me, Tsunade? With what? What was Root summed up simply? With shinobi. With a force that you wouldn't have control over but needs to exist. With a knife in the dark you can deny and not accept the handle of yourself. A force that does the dark and dirty work that is all about the practical, even if it is abhorrent. With carrying the darkest of secrets and shunning all else but responsibility. Tsunade gazed long and hard at him. Her eyes searched his of deceit. They found none. They searched for signs of it being a joke, a sick joke that he would ask such a thing. I cannot allow Root to exist, Naruto. He had to press his point. She looked tired and weak, and he felt a sense of sadness that he was attacking at her weakest. Shizune looked timid and unsure, seeing her master in this state. You cannot exist without it. A light cannot exist without darkness, Lady Hokage. Yet the light and the dark must know of each other. Balance. Cooperation. With someone you trust like that in command, you can at least be sure you know of their doings. It could save lives. She shook her head. He could see tears forming in her eyes. No, you cannot do this, Naruto. I cannot allow it. I cannot allow us to go back to that time of darkness. I have borne worse secrets. I have borne the feeling of death itself. I can bear this. She knelt so she was at his height and put a hand on his shoulder. I cannot make such a decision lightly, Naruto. I need time to think this over. What Sensei would do, what a Hokage would do, not what Tsunade would do. I obey your word, Hokage-sama, to the death and beyond. Tsunade smiled. You're more like your father than you think. Ask Jiraiya when he returns. That goofball should be returning from AIM soon. Hopefully with information about what is going on with the Akatsuki. Just go. I'll contact you with information. Train as you see fit. He nodded and jumped to the window to leave. Her voice called to him one final team. Naruto, think about what you ask as well. Think of what you'll lose as well as the duty you feel you have to fulfill. Think about who as well. He nodded and took to the rooftops. He realized he had a lot of thinking to do. Itachi was having trouble waiting this time. He suspected that any time soon he was about to be in the most difficult battle that he would ever face. Possibly his last. If he survived, then Naruto was in a lot of trouble. Still, there was nothing to do but wait for now. He knew that this was likely to be a fight none of them wanted. Simply leaving had crossed his mind, but it took him away from his objective. It had always been going to come down to it. He sat cross-legged and tried to focus himself on preparation. Having to use Susanoo on the three tails had been taxing enough for his eyes. Still, he had enough energy to win this fight and kill at least one of them. That is, assuming that they teamed up together. Then he heard the footsteps. There were two sets of them, although one set was a lot louder than the others. He smiled and rose, fingers twitching with anticipation. It was finally time. The footsteps stopped behind him like the sound of an army coming to a halt. Itachi, where is Conan? I assumed she'd be with you, you being the god to her angel. He turned to see the 7 figures behind him. The masked man bounded forwards, arms flailing around him wildly, the stupidly long sleeves billowing. Toby doesn't want to see a fight. Toby thinks she's just missing. Drop the act. What act is Toby acting? His backhanded slap to the man sent him sprawling dramatically. He had to admit the man sold the attack well. Oh, why would you hit me? Pain moved forwards. Itachi counted the bodies. 6. So these are your much vaunted paths. You leave this place so little I thought I'd never see them. You accuse me? Yes. I will rip your soul from your body, Itachi. I will burn you and leave nothing left. You have no proof, not that he needed any. Conan was gone and he was going to end up in a fight. Zetsu probably knew as well. The figures spread out further around him, one of them staying back. You killed her. I know it. I am god of this place. Nothing escapes my knowledge. Toby came bounding back between them. New, Toby doesn't want you to fight. Toby doesn't like this. Toby wants us all to eat dango and have fun together. He spun rapidly to face each of Itachi and Pain's main body in turn. The two hadn't taken eyes off each other. Pain spoke first. Be gone from this place, it doesn't concern you. But Toby is Akatsuki too. Toby liked Conan. Itachi held back a smile. The man was going to wind Pain up as far as he could and then run away to get the victory. I think Toby should be involved, Pain. After all, he's one of us and has nearly done as much for us as you have. I think he's right. You are both fools. Toby jumped behind Itachi and cowered a little behind him. Itachi maintained eye contact with Pain, his eyes pools of gray. Really? You think that Toby is just a fool? You know so little of him. Why don't you tell him, Zetsu? The two-tone man slithered out of the ground. I do not know it is silliness, Itachi. What you mean you speak madness. Why would you say that, Itachi? Because you know the truth, even if you will only acknowledge it as you stab Pain in the back. It was imperceptible, but Pain's gaze, all 6 of them, flickered to the two-tone man. One of the paths stretched out a hand, and the man sank away from it. The lead path turned to face the man who had shifted over next to a strangely calm-looking Toby. I wondered, Zetsu. I can sense you like you sense me. Your arrival to me was too sudden, and then when this Toby appeared it was equally odd. You flee from my touch even though it is nothing unusual for me to extract the truth from your white side. What don't you want me knowing? He stared at the man and then there was laughter. Dark. A voice sounding like it had been crushed and darkened by coal and fire and smoke. A gurgling, guttural and dark sound emanated from below the mask. Oh, poor innocent Nagato-kun. You really thought you were in command. A god. One of the paths slammed through where the man had stood only to phase through and smash into a wall. Stone yielded beneath the blow. Careful, boy, or you'll collapse this chamber. You think you could just make a jutsu with its power and use it freely. You think I would let you? Forces beyond your control have been in command since before Akatsuki existed. Itachi suddenly realized what the man was doing. It was almost frustrating in some ways. He was ready for combat to the death and the man was setting up a standoff. You set up a no-win situation for us all, Toby. None of us could possibly win this fight against both of the others, so it follows that none of us will attack each other this entire time. This earned another guttural laugh. Very good, Itachi-kun, except that there are 4 of us. Zetsu doesn't count. I could defeat him without using a jutsu. I wasn't referring to him. Another figure appeared by the wall as his jutsu was dispelled. The man rose to his full height, white hair waving behind him in great spikes. Jiraiya rose from the shadows with a grim expression on his face. You know my information has already been sent on to Konoha. Killing me solves nothing. Toby continued to laugh. You think I care? Here we are 4 of the most dangerous shinobi on the planet, and we all have axes to grind. I think we all know that this is going to end in the greatest fight the world will ever see. It's a shame none of you are leaving alive, so nobody will ever know. Why? 2 of us are willing to do anything to ensure we are the last one left. The Amaterasu blast slammed into 2 of Pain's bodies and engulfed them utterly. They fell back, screeching as Pain's other bodies swung round to look at Itachi. The Mangekyou Sharingan blazed strongly in his eyes, a trickle of blood emerging from under one of his eyes. Itachi, what do you mean by this? The main path shouted at the stoic Uchiha. Rinnegan looked at Sharingan, a deeper red than ever. Whether it was the light of blood was no matter. The paths charged at Itachi with deadly intent. Itachi started backing out of the chamber as he fended off the barrage of taijutsu. Toby laughed. Ha, the Naraka path and the animal path gone already Nagato-kun. Nagato, this earned more laughter. You didn't know, O great toad sage, that your former student is now nothing but a shell of a man filled with rage, precious Conan dead. And you can see Yahiko for yourself. It's amusing, isn't it? Jiraiya greeted the words with a barrage of short-range taijutsu. Toby twisted, dodged, and phased through the assault without too much effort. That the best you have? Have you even got anything? Toby continued to laugh before Jiraiya pulled back and slammed his hand to the ground. Two elderly toads appeared on his shoulders. Jiraiya boy, we were about to have dinner. I take it this is serious. Sadly so, Shima-sama. I need you and Fukasaku-sama to gather senjutsu for me. The other toad gave a dry laugh. Good luck, Jiraiya boy. This one is stronger than he looks. The toads placed webbed hands together as if in prayer, and Jiraiya's eyes reopened. I'm honored you think me worthy of your legendary sage mode, Jiraiya-sama. I look forward to seeing how strong it is, even if it does make you look disgusting. He barely moved in time to avoid a punch which still sent him flying into a wall despite not touching. The wall didn't yield as he flew straight through it and walked back out of it. Jiraiya smiled. That's just the beginning. I think I'll take out that mask next. The man's posture changed subtly to Jiraiya. Gone was the edge of enjoyment and relaxation. The man was ready for serious combat. Itachi and poor little Nagato have left us, so let's make sure this stays between us, Toad Sage. You die here. They leapt towards each other. Toby phased through him and tossed a kunai at Jiraiya's back, which simply bounced off. They landed and leapt again. This time Jiraiya came at him with a Rasengan ready and waiting. The man simply phased through it. The attack struck the wall and more cracks formed in the damaged wall. There was the sound of rock crushing under the strain. Jiraiya sprinted for the exit as the cavernous chamber collapsed inwards as the crack spread to the ceiling. Flakes of dirt and chips of stone fell like rain before the larger rocks came forth. Toby didn't move, he too busy watching the ceiling fall, his body language showing childish amusement at the destruction about to occur. Then there was the sound of creaking metal from above, and the city built above found itself with fewer foundations. What seemed like an entire building fell with it with a scream of tortured metal and falling stone. Jiraiya ran as the dust exploded up after him along the same exit that Itachi and the other bodies had taken. A sudden kick to his side sent him sprawling into a crouch, and he leapt upwards to meet Toby in the air. His tackle drove the unexpecting man to the ground before he simply phased through Jiraiya's body and stuck downwards. Jiraiya rolled and lashed out with a kick that forced Toby backwards. That did a little too much damage for my liking. Think of the innocent children who lived in that building, Jiraiya-kun. He let a punch phase through him before grabbing Jiraiya's arm. Let's take this someplace else. Jiraiya watched as the world spiraled away and another world spiraled into its place. Chapter 57. Only one. The main path roared in frustration as it heard the collapsing cavern and the sound of a destroyed building collapsing downwards to its destruction. So far, Itachi had found the fight surprisingly easy to fend off the four-man taijutsu assault. Then again, he knew they weren't unleashing their full strength just yet. Genjutsu were nearly pointless with them all together like this. No. What he needed was to simply slaughter them all. There was to be no mercy here. He just needed more space. He followed the paths upwards, further up out of the tower, fending off attacks. His eye ached from the earlier use of Amaterasu. There was plenty of that to come as well. Still, he needed more space to really unleash on Pain's bodies. Pure power was going to prevail here and not any grace or skill, at least for the moment. It was a shame. This was not the fight he would have had against Sasuke. That would have been a true fight, a duel between brothers. He would have been able to pass the torch onwards and have a final battle that he would bear no regrets from. This was just going to be a gutter brawl in comparison. He was going to feel some satisfaction when he defeated the man. He got out into the open, and the rain that seemed to always fall on this place began to soak his robes. The street was deserted as he prepared himself. He ducked a blow from one of the paths and kicked it away. He blew a fireball at another which it absorbed with its hands, emerging unscathed. That was good to know at least. He wondered whether it would save it against his next jutsu. He felt the pressure behind his eyes grow as he summoned his chakra. Red fire began to pulse around him, growing in size and taking on shape. The paths closed the distance just a moment too late and rebounded of the ribcage of fire that had formed around Itachi. He felt the pain arc into his body as the strain of the technique began to pull at his body. He was far above such matters, though. He saw the chakra-absorbing path moving to try and drain the chakra away. He danced out from the ribcage, dragging the man inside before beginning to pummel the man with taijutsu. The man was strong and fought back, blocking and trying to grapple with Itachi. But even in the enclosed space, Itachi was far too nimble for the grappling to be effective. He cannoned a fist into the man's pierced face, which knocked him against the burning ribs. The man didn't turn, and Itachi simply sliced his neck with a kunai, causing the man to slump downwards. But the man had been weakening the ribs he touched, and Itachi saw only just in time the leaping figure. Pale, with 6 arms that looked mechanical and menacing, the next path leapt at the weakened ribs. The blow shattered them, and Itachi's arm dragged the man over himself as the ribs dematerialized. It landed and pounced back at him. Then Itachi brought the technique back twofold. The ribs appeared and muscles formed, and Itachi was wreathed in red, translucent fire. The 6-armed man was already in mid-leap and cannoned off the figure that was forming around Itachi. Itachi wondered why the other two weren't attacking. Either they were the paths with more specialist abilities, or they weren't going to be able to attack with this body. This made his task all that much easier. The mechanical man began to barrage Itachi's barrier with missiles, and Itachi smiled at how easy it was to fend off attacks this week. For a moment, hope grew in his heart that this might not be the final battle. He had to squash that instinct. The man was more dangerous than he was at the moment. He could not let up in his style and not give him an inch. He began to advance. Jiraiya tumbled out of the spiraling vortex that he had been sucked into and rolled when he hit the ground. They were in the streets of Aim. There were a dozen people, all dressed in drab gray, staring at him before they started running. Then he ducked under a kick from the masked man and refocused. The fight continued as it had, with neither man landing a blow on the other. It was ridiculous. Eventually, the masked man pulled back. "I could do this all day, watch you get frustrated and wound up that this is going nowhere." Really? There was a crash from a mile away. Sounds to me like Itachi is going to win that fight sooner rather than later. Who do you think he'll side with? Me or you? There was a snarl from the man. "It is irrelevant. I could kill you both. Or Nagato will win and then we'll be able to find uses for you. I like the idea of him using you as a puppet. You sick man, you twisted him to this, didn't you?" It was so easy, Toad Sage. So, very easy. Now it was Jiraiya's turn to snarl and attack. He moved in close, using a different style of taijutsu to that which he normally used. He moved in close, using small movements to try and minimize his energy usage. Trying to grab. Toby lessened his movements as well until the battle was almost completely static except for rapidly moving arms and upper bodies. Jiraiya leapt backwards to get more distance between himself and the man who made no effort to follow him. Pa, can you hit him with some genjutsu?" The female toad gave a small sigh. "You know how much we hate the singing, but we'll do it, Jiraiya boy. Give us a moment to synchronize and prepare." The masked man tipped his head to one side. "Really? You think I'm simply going to let that happen? Stop it if you can then. It sounds like Itachi will be done sooner rather than later." Jiraiya heard the aggravated growl and the man began to bound forwards. The toads leapt from his shoulders before disappearing suddenly. "What? Now that the distractions are out of the way, why don't we continue where we left off, Toad Sage?" Jiraiya wondered why the man simply didn't do that to him, instead of just vanishing the toads. Then he felt the ripple of chakra and got out of the way before the air near to him simply began to twist in ways he couldn't quite understand. He could try to summon the toads again. Then he realized that his opponent wasn't going to give him enough time to do that. The mechanical man screeched like the collapse of the fallen skyscraper as the flaming sword ran through it and pierced it. It seemed to shrivel and collapse before being pulled swiftly into the jar the great skeletal man's other hand. Itachi turned his attention to the final path, the one that pain used to speak through. It had not attacked yet, which he found foolish at first glance. Still, his opponent was powerful and this final body would not yield easily. It leapt as close as possible to the skeletal form with an outstretched hand. Then Itachi found himself fighting a huge force that shoved at his spiritual warrior with a strength he had never encountered. It was pushing him back even with the great warrior outline. The street under his sandals began to yield under the force, and he dug scratches into the concrete surface. Other paving slabs outside the protective shell of Susanoo were not so lucky and slammed off the fiery man like pebbles off a wall. Buildings seemed to collapse around the man, falling away from his form. So, gravitational control, some kind of shockwave generation jutsu, either way it was powerful and could keep even Susanoo at bay. Itachi allowed his burning eyes to rest as the skeletal form began to vanish away. He found himself standing some 30 yards from his foe, staring eye to eye. Itachi, you cannot prevail against the Deva path. You cannot kill it, but it can kill you. The voice echoed around the flattened area. No AIM shinobi were going to interfere in this fight, that much was certain. Many were probably dead just as collateral damage. You know that Toby will betray you the instant this battle is over, maybe even before the end. He has been playing you from the beginning. Then I will defeat him too. No price is too high to bring peace to this world. What price would you have paid for Sasuke? Itachi sent a blast of black fire at the man, which he summoned another force field to dispel. It was wasteful, but that must be the power the man had at his disposal. The blast was certainly smaller than the first one he had unleashed at his Susanoo. Was it a recharge time between uses? Certainly, the man could only have so much chakra available to him. He felt the trickle of blood run down his nose and drip to the ground. His vision swam a little bit more. Then again, he only had so much more eyesight to burn. He steadied himself without realizing he'd needed to. Susanoo did eat up a lot of chakra after all. It also ate up his eyesight. He would simply have to finish this without excessive use of his Sharingan. Assuming that was the man's only technique, then all he had to do was figure out timings and avoid excessive damage. Then to locate the real force controlling the puppet. His gaze shifted to encompass the great tower that rose in the center of the city. Someone with the ego of a god would dwell there for certain. The path opposite him drew a rod of black metal out of his own arm. That was certainly a useful ability. Itachi didn't need such a weapon. He blasted the fireball across the battlefield at the man who simply dodged it. He made eye contact before charging across the field, his target snared in a genjutsu. The man's swing missed him by yards, and he nearly landed a blow of his own before the man blasted him backwards. He dug chakra into his feet and left more gouges in the ruined ground as he was forced backwards by the blast. As soon as the force stopped, he leapt forwards again. He danced past a thrust from the chakra rod and kicked his opponent hard in the ribs. He heard the crack of bone, but the figure showed no real sign of pain. He ducked under the next swing before being blasted backwards once again. 5 seconds between blasts, certainly not much to work with. It was still 2 more seconds than he needed. He pressed his attack once again and the man met him in a flurry of blows. Itachi certainly had the better of the man. Maybe the years of having 7 bodies meant that his taijutsu had dimmed in stature, or the lack of powerful foes. Despite being outmatched in strength, he was more subtle, better formed and technically superior. The required skill had shifted to favor tactics and intelligence just as his foe had gone to power tactics. The fact his foe hadn't hit him yet was testament to that. He was ready for the blast of force the instant his opponent let it loose. He skidded backwards and then dove forwards again. Within 1 second he had closed half the distance. Within 2 he was within 10 yards as his foe took up a defensive stance. Within 3 the black flames were eating into his foe's body. Now it felt the pain. His eye bled as he applied more heat to the technique, but it was needed. The body writhed under the flames, his attack beginning to melt the receivers ever so slightly. He retracted the fire, leaving the body charred and blackened. He stared up to the tower and allowed himself a brief moment of calm. All that was left was the real pain. Itachi readied himself and began to move for the tower. Jiraiya found himself increasingly frustrated by his opponent. He couldn't strike the man, and he barely seemed bothered by the fight. Are you actually going to fight back? To be honest, I just need to play with you until Itachi reaches Nagato. Jiraiya turned to leave, but fire blocked his path. The Uchiha Flame Battle Encampment will keep you in here with me, Jiraiya-sama. You're not going away to help your little Nagato. How does it feel, Jiraiya, knowing you can do nothing? Jiraiya's answer was a flurry of needles that he fired from his hair. The masked man simply phased through the attack without pausing. This is how it felt when I was created, Jiraiya. I watched everyone I cared about betray me or die one by one. Now look at the world, it needs peace. Jiraiya paused to look at his opponent. Who are you? Toby. What's your real name? Not important. I passed on the teaching for peace onto Nagato, you know. He wants it by application of force. One day someone will find a solution and bring it to fruition. Toby shook his head. That person is me. You want to know what I will do with the tailed beasts? Yes. Since you're going to die here, I guess I can spare some time. Itachi is still busy dealing with the paths that remain. Let me tell of you the Eye of the Moon plan, Jiraiya-sama. Let me tell you how I will bring peace to this angry world. Jiraiya listened, and his eyes grew wide with shock and horror as the details were explained. He grit his teeth as the man finished and spread his arms wide. So given, Jiraiya, let go and find peace in death. You will succeed over my dead body, as I intended. Itachi is nearly with Nagato. Jiraiya waited for the attack was now sure to come. The man leapt towards him, a sword in his hand. Jiraiya expanded his hair once again to cover his body in a steel-like shield. The needles fired from it were once more dodged by the man. He saw the man abandon his sword and stretch out his arm before he realized that his defense wasn't going to be enough. Then the wooden spikes burst out of the man's arm and pierced his body in at least 20 places. Pain lanced through his body as he struggled to stand. His hair shrank back to its normal length, streaked with red. The man raised the sword once again under Jiraiya's chin and forced him to look up. Ready to die, Toad Sage. Jiraiya's only response was to try and slam a Rasengan into the man. The blow didn't land as the sword moved swifter than the blow of the tired man. Itachi reached the top of the tower and reached a pair of great oak doors, heavily reinforced as well. He reached out a hand to gently push at one. They slid back without any real resistance. So odd. A great portal of a door which was not locked and moved like any other, grandiose yet efficient in its own silly way. He opened the door enough to get through and calmly walked through. He found himself facing the man who controlled the paths. He had found pain. Itachi, you commit foolishness in coming here. You have already caused so much damage and harm this day. Pain, you have been foolish from the beginning. You are powerless before me, and yet there is still a hope for us both. The man didn't move. Itachi realized he probably couldn't. Arms locked in heavy manacled restraints, his back pierced by huge rods of black metal like some demented organ. The man was pale and withered, a skeleton with skin draped over it. His legs were hidden in a great machine-like chair. His hair was a pale red and fell lank over one of his eyes. The other had that dreadful spiral of an eye. The Rinnegan. You cannot stand in my way, Itachi, the way of peace. Even without the remainder of the Akatsuki, I can create new paths and hunt down the Nine Tails. I will recreate it once more and a new daybreak will happen. I will bring peace. You think Toby will let you? That man is in this for his plan. He's used you pain. He'll dispose of you before the end. It will be soon. How will you stop him in that state? How will you stop me? The entombed man just stared at Itachi with his lone visible eye. So much like Naruto in some ways, and about to suffer a similar fate. You will stop him for me, Itachi. The bolt slammed out of the lower portion of his chair, and Itachi simply sidestepped it. It whistled past his chest and ripped his cloak a little but didn't touch him. He saw a pang of panic cross the skeletal man's face. Was that your great trick, Pain? Any final words? Itachi, you must not, for peace. Goodbye. The black flames erupted once again from Itachi's eye and began to engulf the chair. The man grunted in pain and released his arms. They were thin and wasted from what must have been years of underuse. They stretched to the flames and began to extinguish them. He had the full powers of his paths, but he was struggling to employ them. Itachi simply walked forwards as the flames began to engulf the parts the man couldn't reach. Then he drew a kunai and stabbed forwards. Weak arms tried to catch the blow, but they crumpled. It was like breaking the grip of a child. With a short thunk, the blade did its work. Itachi turned away as the last of his life drained away. Now then, where were we, masked man? The man stepped out from the shadows. Impressive. How shall we do this, Itachi? Swords only. Maybe a duel using our eyes. Fought on the plane of genjutsu and cunning. He spread his arms wide, maybe even a game of shogi. Itachi gave a slight laugh, but he felt a little tired. His fight had clearly been far more effort than the one Jiraiya had given the man. That was worrying in several ways. He could try running, but he felt too tired to run. No. Here he stood and won or here he died. He had done his best to thin the ranks of the Akatsuki and he had succeeded. Now only one remained. It was a shame that one was the most dangerous one of all. He thought of Sasuke and how things should have been. Could have been. Had it not been for Danzo, Naruto, the Akatsuki. If the world hadn't thrown itself through his clan and ripped it apart at his hands, life could have been so much better. He could have known peace but for cursed eyes and dark deeds he never wanted. Still, he had to focus. There was perhaps time to make his point and stop everyone else winning. Susanoo began to form around him, and as soon as any part of it manifested it would simply vanish into a vortex. Please. I'm not letting you form the one thing that could possibly hurt me. I will suck your attacks away. Your sharing in prowess is impressive. Who are you then? Which of my clan survived to help me annihilate the rest? One you all thought dead. That could be several people, in fact most of them. They circled each other. The black flame still flickered on Payne's chair. I was betrayed and left for dead. I was found by another who should have been dead and then saw someone I thought as a friend kill someone I cared about. Can you work it out yet? No. Nor do I wish to. I only wish you to die. More black flames vanished between him and the masked man who tutted gently. Really? Nothing more subtle from you. This time the black flames vanished mere inches from Nagato's eyes and the man growled. Itachi raised an eyebrow. He had timed it just correct so that he was closer to the eyes. He threw 2 shuriken at his new target. Shuriken Shadow Clone no Jutsu. The shuriken became 200. That was likely too many for the man to conveniently vanish, and too close to the target. He was rewarded by a huge number of impact noises of shuriken on flesh. He turned to see the masked man peppered with the shuriken. Damage done, the clone shuriken disappeared from existence. The 2 real ones were still embedded in the man's mask, perilously close to his eyes. White substance flowed from the cuts and slices from the shuriken. Whatever it wasn't blood. There wasn't even a cry of pain or any indication it had hurt the masked man. The Akatsuki robe was torn and ripped apart, revealing pale skin beneath. Itachi raised an eyebrow and threw another shuriken. The man batted it away with a snarl and leapt at Itachi. His eyes caught the chakra buildup, and he ducked under the wooden spikes that emerged from the arm. He threw a kunai at Nagato's prone form as he kicked upwards, balancing on one hand as he tumbled away from more strikes. The rewarding sound of his kick connecting with the mask was music to his ears. The man teleported again and took the kunai blow. Not so easy now, is it? There was a dry laugh from the man. No, you always were a prodigy, Itachi. One of the last things that happened before I saw the truth was you graduating from the academy aged 5. 5, I had to wait until I was 12 and you graduated at 5. That was a year after me, Itachi. By then you were nearly a chunin. To think I will get to be the one to kill you. Itachi smiled. He knew now who it was. How did you survive? Does it matter? I had my eyes open to the truth and saw the betrayal of my friend. I saw the man I entrusted my last wish to betray everything he stood for. It was by his hand, and no one else's, that I set out on this path. The grand fireball sped across the gap before being caught by a wall of fire the other man created. You think the flame battle encampment will stop an Uchiha from getting to you, Obaido? The flames died before Itachi's eyes. Foolish. You died years ago, Obaido. Your eye is now Kakashi's. It's made him more famous than you could ever have been. That should have been me. Wooden spikes shot towards Itachi once more and he avoided them or burnt them with Amaterasu. Blood ran freely down his face from his eye. He couldn't try locking in Tsuketoyumi now. He was too drained. This battle was going to be tighter than he wanted it to be. The man withdrew the spikes with a hiss. Zetsu. He had forgotten about the two-tone man. He tried to turn but felt something heavy and thick weigh him down. He struggled to get free and found he couldn't. The spore technique is complete, Obaido-sama. Excellent. Any last words, Itachi? A burst of black fire was again removed by the man's aggravating ocular prowess. I said words, not futile gestures. Shadow clone. The Itachi caught in the spores vanished in smoke and the white mass was reabsorbed by the man. Zetsu sensed him first. Behind you. Abido turned and leapt as the blow fell. It caught half of Nagato's dead face and destroyed one of the eyes. The blade then vanished. Itachi heard his foe's angry cry of frustration. A second more and he would have had the full victory. But he was low now, so very low. His fighting style had always been precision and force a point. He had expended so much in his previous fights. He coughed and saw the blood in his spit. Was it time? He felt the blow lift him from his feet and send him to the floor with a thud. The masked man pinned him down with a strong wooden arm Itachi knew he couldn't break the grip of. There was only one thing left to do. Deny him any further prize. His eyes burnt with Amaterasu once last time before they saw nothing more and his world was darkness. Despite the pain of burning his own eyes, the ache of their long suffering was gone. His head felt light. He heard another frustrated growl. Goodbye, Itachi. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I killed Kasame when his back was turned. It was so easy. He didn't even have time to beg. Beg for me, Itachi. Beg for life and a chance to do the right thing. Beg before I extinguish your life. He had failed, but he felt strangely all right with it. Yes, Naruto lived. Yes, Abido would now enact his plans without as much opposition. Maybe Naruto would find a way to die facing this man, but it didn't matter to him now. He had done more than enough damage to Akatsuki to avert the worst that could have happened. He allowed himself one final little victory. You always were a fool, and you always will be little Obi. The sword descended, and Itachi welcomed death like a friend. Perhaps here he could apologize to Sasuke and his clan. Chapter 58. Consideration. His back slammed bolt upright as cold sweat covered his body. He had been dreaming again. It wasn't as bad as it could be, but it still scared him a little when it happened. In the half-awake haze, he couldn't remember what it had been about. His soft panting drowned out his thoughts as his heart pounded a little in his chest, gently calming down as his mind got his body to concentrate. Naruto felt his throat burn a little from dryness and rotated away from the warmth and comfort that the covers provided him. He really did enjoy having a more regular schedule in some ways, and yet he knew it couldn't last. He'd known ever since his proclamation to Tsunade about Root. Some half-memory of the dream slipped back into his head as he turned the tap and placed a bowl under the cold stream of water. There had been people, then they had faded, and then. The thump of fist on door shook him from his reverie. He drank deeply from the bowl, moved silently to grab the tanto blade from its resting place, silently drew the blade and flicked the door catches open. The door squealed open slowly. His grip tightened a little more. He could see who it was and he relaxed, dropping out of the shadows of the ceiling. It was Anko. That was surprising. Anko-chan, Darky-kun, we need to talk. She stepped inside and shut the door behind her. Naruto forced himself into a more focused state of awareness. He wondered if it was normal he could fight, plan and ambush whilst half asleep, but a conversation required more thought. What do we need to talk about? Everything. Girls, the weather. You wanting to disappear for fucking ever to join some sort of ultra black ops ANBU or whatever crap that is. Ah, Tsunade had been talking to people. He should have expected this. Which do you want to start with? He caught a light, stinging blow across the face followed up by a strong hug which he tried to return with one arm pinned to his side. Which do you think, you adorable blonde idiot? About you joining this thing. Tsunade told you, didn't she? Yes. She didn't elaborate too much on what you were doing, but only that it would make you even scarcer. You're pretty ghostly to begin with, so I think I just wouldn't see you again. Oh, she sat down on his sofa and dragged him down next to him, ruffling his short hair with one hand. I've missed seeing you as much. You are like a little brother to me, and you have the potential to be the best in so many ways. You poisoned Sasuke in Orochimaru's base. That was ridiculous. It needed to be done. She sighed and hugged him close. You don't even want to brag or take the plaudits you deserve. I really want more time knowing you because you change people. I don't understand. Most people I change by shooting them. Anko sighed again. Look, when we came back from that mission where Itachi did me in. Remember when we were all sitting there licking our wounds and nobody wanted to talk? Then what did you do? I talked with Shino and laughed at the irony of his words. Exactly, you lifted everyone with just being you. He shook his head. No, Shino was the one who started that conversation. He was the one to lift us all. Anko gave him a squeeze in the darkroom. You know the reputation the Aburame clan has. To get one to approach and engage in conversation willingly. I am aware they are not outwardly going, but Shino is a friend. To describe an Aburame as a friend and to have it reciprocated by one is rare. Few manage it. That's not the only life you've changed. He considered. I damaged lives when I got sent after Sasuke. I could have done better for several others, but I didn't and failed. I ended up hurting sensei and students of my own age. Shikamaru, Sakura, Hinata, Baka, all never the same. You do not need to suffer any guilt over those changes. We are shinobi, we accept the consequences of our work. You did well. As for Hinata, well, you did not do her any lasting harm. I did. She gave him another tight squeeze. Then you repaired it. I've read the reports and I've heard enough whispers to know that she is better as a person than before. You make people better even if you don't mean to. You made me a better person. How? You made me care about people again. With my curse gone, I can care about people again. I want to care again. Also, the orphanages are much better funded. That's probably 100 or more lives a year you've helped. I am glad for you. She turned to look at him in the very dim light. I don't want you to be glad for me, I want you to be glad with me. I want to see you grow up and find a lovely girl and have a great life because you're like a little brother to me. She ruffled his short hair. If you grew that out, it would look awesome, by the way. Naruto thought for a moment about a life he could have. He saw himself walking down the street and talking to more people with longer hair. He saw himself eating ramen with Shikamaru and Shino, training with Kiba and Hinata and maybe Tenten. Having times like these with Anko and Talon and it felt like something that wouldn't work somehow. Something about the vision felt false and stilted and alien. I don't know if that would work. It can, you could make it work. If you found the right girl to support and care for you more. Ever thought of love? Love, he hadn't. Love was a concept he didn't understand or had really contemplated. What is love? Anko shook her head. I'd say look it up in a dictionary, but that wouldn't do it. It's a feeling of attachment that goes beyond understanding. I guess it's illogical to you, but when you really love something, you give your life for it regardless of what happens. He considered. There wasn't a person as such he was willing to do that for. There were things, certainly. He had done it for Team 8. He had done it for Konoha on countless occasions. That was dry duty, though, not an emotional decision. I don't know it. She gave him a friendly cuddle. She was warm, which wasn't a bad thing. It was certainly more comfortable than he anticipated it being. You will, or you already do and don't know about it. Speaking of Hinata, what is happening there? I am leader of her team, and we recently finished a mission to unlock my sealed memories. Although they were close to each other, her arms holding him close enough that she couldn't make eye contact, he could feel her gaze on him. You are definitely more than that. She is possibly my closest friend as well. Friend or friend. He knew that tone of voice. Talon had used it before to imply something similar. I am not engaged in sexual relations with her. Anko laughed a little. No, I didn't expect that just yet. I meant that you two are closer than just friends from what I've heard. Tsunade told me about what happened when your seal broke. Something, by the way, you didn't tell me about properly. What the hell, Darky-kun? She felt his face burn a little. It was true he should have gone to Anko, but the whole situation with the seal was a list of things he had to learn from. I did not act optimally with regard to that situation. I have learned since. We'll see. But I was told what happened. She stayed by you all night and would not leave your side. That was part of her mission. The feeling on his face intensified a little, and he realized it was embarrassment. How much would he give for Hinata again? Really? Once you'd finished the report and crashed, she could have gone to sleep. Or gone to Shizune or Tsunade to talk through what just happened. She refused to leave your side, defied the Hokage to her face, and as good as damn it locked herself in with you. Was that part of the mission? That was the care of a friend. No, a friend makes sure you're okay the next morning after resting. A friend does not go in and stay there all night denying everyone else access. She denied everyone else access. Yep. He felt his face burn a little bit more. He was glad of the darkness. I did not know that. That seemed excessive. Have you talked to her since? Only as part of our team's training. She sighed, of course. A professional. Would you consider spending more time with her outside of training and missions a bad thing? He considered it. No, but the same could be applied to a lot of people, yourself included, Anko-chan. She ruffled his head again. Soft hair. I may steal your shampoo just to see what you use. But compared to everyone else, who would you want to spend time with? He considered. Shino would be good conversation. Anko was close to him. Hinata. His vision from earlier shifted and refocused in his mind. There he was walking down the street with Hinata, seeing her face happy and smiling, and it was a pleasant vision, very pleasant. A pair of fingers snapped in front of his face. Thinking about that future, eh? Which part of it? Nothing you can't tell the lovely and understanding Anko-chan. I was walking with her and she was smiling. She let out a sigh. Oh, you romantic, you're a romantic at heart. That is just fantastically ridiculous. You're a romantic, and you don't even know it or have anyone to be romantic towards. Most guys would be thinking about the sex. That hadn't crossed his mind. It instead found a vast gulf of knowledge. He only knew the theory of which couldn't really be applied without practical application to really understand it. He remembered Talon's warning about asking Anko about it. He decided to use caution. I'm not most guys. She laughed again. I'm sure you'll understand soon enough, Darky-kun. Just consider asking if Hinata wants to get some food with you or something similar. I think you have the wrong idea, Anko-chan. Well, he mostly did at least. She had planted a seed of doubt in his head. Of course. But with all that in mind, do you really want to give up that future to join this ANBU thing? I mean, yes, you could leave it after a few years or something if you don't die, but you'd miss out on those chances. How would you feel if someone else made Hinata smile like that? He considered it. 99.9% of him felt that was a good thing. Hinata was happy. There was that tiny little part of him, that emotive spark that raised a hand against it. Out of interest, he followed its thought line down a bit further and found it illogical and annoying. Yet despite that he couldn't dismiss it entirely, it is mostly a good thing. Mostly, a part of me objects to the idea. See, that's what I'm talking about. You need to be there, you want to be there. This ANBU thing would get in the way of a better, brighter future for you. You could go on missions, write the reports up and make more money than any normal ninja. Hell, you could retire and write books for a living if it wouldn't bore you to death. Write books. Your own stories, fictional ones, about whatever you wanted it to be. A story that would bring the unbelievable to life like your reports do sometimes. Stories that leave people fulfilled and joyous and inspired. Maybe some that would show people new ways of doing things and ideas they find amazing. He considered the possibility. Certainly not risking his life would be a plus, but she was right. He wouldn't be able to stay patient that long. Even he had his limits. It would be too boring. I am good at waiting, but not that good. He yawned widely. Sleep did seem tempting right now, but Anko was there. Did I wake you when I came in? No, I was up getting water after I woke from a bad dream. Bad dream. The memories the seal unlocked were unpleasant. I suspect they won't make the story as part of an extra chapter. Anko rubbed the back of her head. Not exactly ... It got released as part of a gold edition, of which Tsunade used a modified signature of yours to sign the copy the daimyo got in advance. Naruto had wondered why another book had appeared without him writing another report. The daimyo read it. He found comprehending this turn of events a confusing thing to do and chalked it to the growing list of things people did he didn't understand. Was it that bad, though? The abyss you described. I mean, you don't fear the darkness. We're in it right now and you wear it like your cloak. What was so bad about that darkness? He remembered and shivered. She felt it and hugged him closer to herself. Her warmth met the cold he felt from the memories and melted it away. He was safe here. There was nothing to hurt him and he was alive. It wasn't darkness. Look at the darkness we're in now. It has shades of black and gray and green and blue that merges and mingles and dances. It's something I like to look at sometimes. He paused as Anko held a finger to his lips and waited for a good minute or two. I see what you mean. It's not black, it's many shades of gray and other colors. Okay. The place I saw was not dark. It was not black, it was without color or shades of change. It was nothingness. That doesn't seem so bad. Try experiencing it. It is like everything you are tries to spread out to fill the nothingness, but there's too much of it and you feel that at any moment there won't be a you left and there will still be nothingness. She squeezed him closer. How are you coping with it? By knowing I am alive every second, every sense tells me I live. He hugged back and a comfortable silence fell. It was warm and soft and nice to be near. The silence filled him. It was its own noise and pressure and being. It was pleasant. He found himself slipping off and Anko gently rubbed his head. He drooped his head onto her shoulder and she held him gently. Sweet dreams, Darky-kun. She gently whispered to him just before his mind shut down enough to sleep. Warm, comfortable sleep. Chapter 59. The brink. A few days later he had another visitor in the night. This one he sensed the instant they gently eased his window open. Suddenly awake, Naruto once more activated his Byakugan and smiled. Another round with Talon then, no hair or pig in sight. That was odd. Must be another personal visit. He felt his body ache to get back to bed and decided to simply try a different approach. He heard the footsteps lightly fall on the floor. I know it's you, Talon. There was silence. He walked noisily forwards and ducked under the blow Talon tried to give him before grabbing the arm. The man was stronger than he was but wasn't trying to put any power into his arm. What brings you here? Talon gave a chuckle and shook his head. Well, this is boring from you. Where are the traps, the combat thrill? I was sleeping, it's the middle of the night. I do sleep, you know, amazed to hear it. So Tsunade told me about your wish to join ANBU Black Ops directly instead of going through the standard ANBU channels and working your way in the regular way. Let's see if you have what it takes in your first official training exercise. You have 30 seconds to grab your kit. If I decline, I have permission to force you to. 25 seconds. It took him barely 15 before he was fully ready and standing before Talon. Good. Let's start with a little exercise, shall we? A light jog to get your limbs warmed up for something more serious. Then the running started and kept going. He knew he wasn't built for this and that it wasn't currently his style, but apparently this was an early morning run for the members of the Black Ops. He struggled to even keep pace with Talon, his shorter stride not helping his cause one bit. His lungs burnt, his legs ached and urged to stop, but he urged them to keep within touching distance of the man. Why was he doing this anyway? Root didn't undergo this level of stupid exercise, even if they were drilled to within an edge of their lives. He stopped running and Talon disappeared from view. He caught his breath and sat on a tree branch. A minute later the man reappeared, panting and sweating. You can't keep that pace. Yes, you know that. Why are you testing me like this? The first rays of sunshine began to break over Konoha's forests as Talon sat next to him. He began to smell the sweat on his body but didn't care. He could get rid of it later if he wanted to. Because you want to join Black Ops Naruto. Admittedly, you kept up for half the course, which is better than some of the ANBU could right now. That was only half. We were sprinting for at least half an hour. Technically, it doesn't have a set length, but when you just stop is halfway. It's a way of forcing people onwards. That made an odd kind of sense now. You gave people an unknown target and decided to see how well they did. Physical running is but one aspect of the Black Ops way, though. I nearly became one before I chose the more relaxed path of merely captain of the ANBU. The Black Ops themselves are pretty secretive. Wisely so. Talon patted him on the shoulder, also because they forget what it's like to really be human. No social contact, not even between each other, strict secrecy. A life totally in the dark. Nobody leaves it alive or sane. Do you really want that, Naruto? He considered. He did not want that, yet it was not quite that simple. What of duty to Konoha? Were you called because there was no one else who could? I wouldn't do it. ANBU can still fear Naruto. Everyone fears something and I fear that. Without a team I could joke with, feel some kinship with and be alive with, I wouldn't want to live. That sounded bleak. He considered again. Could he give up everything and everyone so easily? The answer was something of a shock. It was a no. He checked again and got another no. It sounds like I don't want to become a part of the Black Ops unit then. Talon slapped him hard on the back. Good choice. Now, regular ANBU forces and you are more than ready to take it up. Hell, you could succeed me as captain in a few years when I decide to take a more leisurely life and train some genin like dog. Maybe settle down and find a nice young lady like Anko. So what do you want to do now? Naruto couldn't stop the yawn from occurring. Months of a vaguely regular sleep pattern had made him a little less used to waking at all hours and not sleeping for days on end. Sleep or a bit of training? Well, he was awake now. He would have to train with Team 8 later as well. A bit of extra practice wouldn't hurt him that much. Training. He imagined Talon was grinning broadly beneath the mask. Excellent news. Naruto was still thinking through. Yes, ANBU Black Ops wouldn't work for him, nor would being back at the heart of Root as an operative. But leading Root forces, was that compatible with that future? He couldn't help but feel that was a yes, even if he hadn't worked out all the details yet. Training with Team 8 had finished for the day, and Naruto was going through a series of stretches to relax tensed muscles. It wasn't the most vigorous training that he had ever undergone, but it was good for him. That and he got to spend more time with friends. Shino and Kiba made their goodbyes relatively quickly, leaving just Naruto and Hinata. He remembered what Anko had said to him when she had come round those few nights ago. It couldn't hurt to take the advice of a friend, could it? Hinata-san. She stopped stretching herself down and he saw her relax a little and smile. Yes, Naruto-kun. He knew the meaning of the various suffixes well enough, but was always confused by the chan and kun. Was it a sign of a deeper friendship or something that meant more? Such a small syllable, yet such a deep one. Would you like to, he struggled for the correct wording, obtain and eat lunch at the same place and time as me? He felt almost glad of the hood he wore because something about asking felt embarrassing. That was odd. He was merely asking a teammate to lunch. Hinata laughed lightly. He liked that sound more than he wanted to admit. I would like that. Would you like to get ramen? I would indeed. They walked through the streets together. It wasn't quite the vision he had had, but he wasn't going to take her hand. Why would he even want to? It was illogical but made sense, and it could wait till later. They had reached their destination. Ayame looked up as she saw Naruto approach and put on her best smile. Then she saw Hinata. The smile dropped just a little as she saw them talking. Well, there were ways she could find out more about the situation. She hadn't entirely judged the girl just yet, although her reputation as a kind-hearted person went before her. She dashed into the kitchen and attempted to do anything, with her hair before emerging again as Naruto took his seat next to Hinata. Naruto-kun, she gave him a hug across the counter which he didn't respond to in the slightest. Whilst she held his head still, she gave Hinata her best mind stare. The girl looked stunned. Good, very good, she could work on this. She wondered briefly whether this would count as overly cruel to the Huuga girl. It probably was, but all was fair in love and war. This little battle was about both. How have you been? What would you like? Naruto felt very confused. Why was she completely ignoring Hinata? I am well, Ayame-san. Have you met Hinata-san? She is my teammate and someone I would call a friend. Hinata looked slightly away, her cheeks a little pinker. Or was that his imagination? He saw the smile falter slightly on Ayame's face, before it rebrightened. Nice to meet you, Hinata-san. Her eyes said entirely different as they bored into Hinata's. Hinata knew what she was doing and felt annoyed. Too late to leave now then. She was good at enduring things like this. I would like a miso ramen, please. Sure, what would you like, Naruto-kun? I would like a seafood ramen. The girl nodded enthusiastically and went for the kitchen at speed. Naruto turned to Hinata. Is something not right about Ayame-san's behavior, Hinata? Hinata considered whether she would have time to tell him the truth about the situation. To be fair, she couldn't tell him the whole truth right here, nor would he fully understand all the minutiae of the emotional responses. Well, yes, but I wouldn't worry about it. How have your dreams been? He considered the question and knew exactly how they had been. They are a replay of the memory half the time. It causes me to wake myself. My sleep has been sufficient but less satisfactory. She nodded. If you want to talk about it, I'm always here for you to talk to. Then she turned and saw that Ayame had chosen that moment to walk out through the kitchen doors with a colossal seafood ramen in her hands. Hinata sighed internally as she realized exactly how the girl behind the ramen stand was going to play this. She didn't want to get involved in it at all but felt protective of her Naruto. Wait her, here you go, Naru-kun, I hope you really love it. Hinata saw how she had bent to put the bowl down and sighed again. Really? That obvious. Thank you, Ayame-san. I will wait until Hinata's ramen has arrived before beginning. It would only be polite to do so. That shocked both girls. Im was forced to recover first, a fact Hinata found amusing. Such a gentleman as well, her order will be arriving shortly. She turned, giving Hinata another withering glare in the process. Where did you learn about politeness, Naruto-kun? I observed that in the Aburame household they only eat when everyone has been served their meal. It seemed illogical at the time, and Shino explained it to me. Being polite is a good thing from what I can gather. Hinata couldn't help but be a little bewildered at the situation. Not only was Naruto utterly oblivious to her advances, but then Im returned with one of the smaller bowls of ramen that she had ever seen. The girl had a smirk on her face directed only for Hinata. Yep, that was expected as well. Disappointing and annoying, but expected. Why was she deciding to do this now? She was glad when more customers arrived to order food. That at least kept her away from Naruto for a couple of minutes. They began to eat. She smiled at how he was eating it so quickly yet without any mess. Then again, eating was simply the act of getting food into his belly for him. She ate as well, noticing just how small her portion was in comparison. Then she realized Naruto had noted it as well. Then he offered her some of his just as I am finished dealing with the other customers. She blushed and accepted. The blush was unnecessary, but it felt good to sneak a glance back at the girl who was trying to ruin her time with Naruto. I am stared in defeat as Naruto shared a part of his portion with Hinata. How had she lost him so completely? She slunk to the back quietly. Dad, can you man the front for a bit? Tuchai looked up, the swift chops from his cleaver continuing even though he wasn't looking. He didn't need to look. What's wrong, dear? Isn't Naruto out there? He saw the tears and quickly looked outside to see Naruto and Hinata talking. He'd seen people talking like that before and knew the signs. He gave his daughter a consoling arm around the shoulder. There are other boys out there, I am. Don't hate her for it. She nodded through the tears that were gently forming as she took the cleaver from her father and began to chop. Chuchai emerged to man the front of the stand. He saw Naruto and Hinata both with finished bowls and he felt the good buzz you get when you are about to get paid. Good meal, Naruto. Indeed, thank you for your service. He laughed. Thank you for your custom. I hope you and Hinata-san have a lovely day. He took the money. Naruto gave Hinata a quick word and was off to do some more training or something similar. Oh, Hinata-san, a word. She turned and walked back to the stand uncertainly. Tuchai leant in and whispered so nobody else could hear. Sorry about Im and keep hold of that boy. She blushed very deeply and struggled to remain upright for a moment. The older man laughed as she wandered off slightly dizzy. They were very adorable together, although he wasn't entirely sure that Naruto knew it yet. Kiri, the Mizukage, checked her face in the mirror her office contained. It was good enough for the moment. Soon she would find a husband. Soon. Certainly things were definitely quieter than they had been for some time. There were the usual small levels of banditry, but something was odd. She had forced Yagura out and slain him, restoring peace to the water country, and they had rebuilt from years of war and abuse. Now they were once more a major power in the world. Yet she felt it in the air. War was coming. Everyone was prepared. ANBU from the 4 remaining nations were always scouting. Daimyos were meeting and planning alliances. Her eyes turned to the note on the desk from another cage. Things were going to go wild sooner rather than later. She'd rather not be the one to fire the first shot. Kumo-A finished pressing the metal girder before tossing it aside. Sweat gleamed from muscles as he grabbed a towel to get the worst of it mopped up. He felt the need to keep working out and in preparation. He knew the lists of his forces from the days of poring over them and strategizing with his best. He knew war would come sooner or later, and it felt like it would be sooner. From what he knew of the Akatsuki and the tailed beasts, they were nearly done. B was dead. Remembering that little fact caused him to flick a bench into a wall where it splintered apart. Yet Akatsuki were not an organization a nation could go to war against. He could hunt, and he could search but not declare war on with an army. Someone was going to pay for it. He would summon the cage, but with only 4... it was never going to be the same. It would never come to a decision. Either Suna had to rise again, or there was going to be a war sooner or later to make it only 3 great nations. He wouldn't want to be the man to start it, though. He didn't want to be the one to spill so much blood. Iwa, he looked out of the great window of the cage office over the rolling hills of the Earth country. It had been relatively peaceful for his lands these last years. He had rebuilt his forces. He had maintained a decent peace. Still, he knew in his heart that the peace wouldn't last. With 5 nations, nobody could wage effective war as there was no balanced position of warfare. With 4, things were more unstable. If anyone declared war, there wouldn't be much left. He, Unoki the fence-sitter, would not start that war. He would wait for another hot-headed young Cage to start the war and simply play his hand carefully. Then he felt the ripple of chakra spread through his office and prepared himself. Who was it that thought they could simply attack the Tsuchikage? He prepared the hand signs necessary to crush the intruder. Were they ANBU, Black Ops maybe, Konoha, Kumo, upstarts in Kiri hoping to use Konoha as a shield? He saw the masked man and felt a little confused. Akatsuki. Why are you here? I am impressed you remember us. We did take care of quite a few problems for you after all. You took our Jinchuriki from us, you asked us to, begged us in fact. What was the reason again? Oh yes. They wouldn't listen to you and go to war if requested. They ran away from you and you didn't like that. He cracked his knuckles at the masked man who just lounged against a wall. You know nothing of us. I controlled the Mizukage for years. I know more than you hope, fence-sitter. The old Cage snorted his defiance. Then you die. The polygon of light enveloped the man in a cube of light before it brightened. There would be nothing but dust left of the man. Part of the floor was gone as well, but it was a small price to pay. Then the dust settled and the man was still standing there. Come now, Unoki, there is no need to throw that kind of jutsu around in here. The old man gritted his teeth and made the mistake of looking into the eyes. Rinnegan. There was a dark chuckle from under the mask. You're about to find out. He didn't have time to call for his guards before the world swirled before his eyes, and he found himself dumped unceremoniously into a world that wasn't his own. Come out and face me, you bastard. Then he was struck in the back. He saw the point of the blade poke out from his ribcage, red with blood. He realized it was his. I am going to have a lot of fun with you. Chapter 60. The choice Tsunade smiled as she saw Naruto land in through the window. He had grown somehow since she had last seen him. Perhaps his formerly malnourished body had finally begun to grow now that it ate more and more healthily. His eyes showed less signs of visible tiredness. All in all, he was different to how he had been before, and she liked that change. Still, this was still a serious time. Hokage-sama, Naruto, good of you to come, you summoned me. She laughed. Figure of speech, if you hadn't there would have been retribution. We need to talk about you and Root. Aside from the fact that I shouldn't give command of an unknown number of elite shinobi, I want you to reject the decision yourself. Did Anko and Talon talk to you? They did. I listened to their words and considered everything. She nodded along with him. It was good that he had accepted the advice of the 2 older shinobi. What have you decided? She heard him sigh for the first time. It was a deep sigh, a long and considered sigh, as if he was fighting something within himself. I looked at my life and all the good things within it. My friends, a word I could not have used 4 years ago. I have friends now. I have learned much in the open. I understand emotion and the emotional responses of people now more than ever. I have confronted death itself, and the dreams of it fade with every week. I am stronger. I can work with a team. I have those like Anko-chan and Talon-techo to guide me here. I have the friendship of the Aburame. Ramen is now something I know of and enjoy. Enjoy. He let the word hang. Tsunade smiled. He had come far. And yet I am still not of this place. I am not of the light no matter how hard I try. I was born to work in the shadows, in the darkness behind the light. Mine is not the place of recognition. Tsunade tried to stay controlled. His words were moving her because he was just like the others in so many ways. Despite everything here for me, I do not belong. I know it every time I am out there, and I know the separation will hurt. Don't do it. You can't be willing or ready to give it all up. You can't. I am. The words echoed a little. Tsunade nodded. I understand, Naruto. I will not allow you yet. I have one final thing I need to do before even remotely allowing you to do so. Understood. He moved to leave but turned at the window. I do not believe I have to give up everything to do this, Hokage-sama. I will need to be visible or invisible as an advisor to you, and my removal from the shinobi program would need to be structured so as to avoid suspicion. Yet I do not have to disappear completely. Go, he obeyed. Tsunade waited a few seconds before calling Shizune in. The fading evening light cast deep shadows through the room once again as Shizune entered. Bring Hinata. Now. Shizune looked at her mentor and saw a tinge of desperation. She had seen it once before, but never so cold and so sober. Hi Tsunade-sama. She hurried out, breaking into the well-versed step she needed when things were urgent. If Hinata was needed, it meant something was wrong with Naruto, that much was certain. The team on Konoha's border were the first to spot the impending threat. 30 figures in the muddy uniform of Earth Country, moving fast towards the border, weapons drawn. This wasn't a fleeing platoon, this was the first movement of an army. The few moments of confusion were enough for the grim reality of the situation to sink in. There were 4 Konoha shinobi by the border, and their enemies heavily outnumbered them. Still, the early spotting gave them the advantage. Traps were set and weapons were prepared. They waited until half the group had passed them. The string of explosive tags took out 5 of the enemy before they knew what had happened. A further 3 fell as the Konoha team burst out of cover to take advantage of the dazed and confused Iwa shinobi. A further 2 fell as the Iwa squad regained order. That was 10 kills from the Konoha shinobi. Then it became a brutally one-sided melee. The earth became a bog beneath the Konoha team's feet, and 2 of them were cut down before they could free themselves. The final 2 members split up and ran for home. One was cornered and fought in the treetops as best he could before he fell. The other escaped his captors to make it within sight of Konoha. His message wasn't entirely needed. The glow of burning forest from the border was as clear a sign as any that the war had begun. It rested on the horizon as a dirty red smear of fire and black smoke haze that covered an entire side of the horizon like a gathering storm. The smoke split the sky into light and dark. Konoha's border burnt as the war began, and within Iwa the masked man smiled widely and waited. There was another knock at his door. He could see it was Hinata. Was this another of the Hokage's persuasion attempts? He drew his cloak around him as he felt the night chill bite at him a little. He should close the window, but the availability of a swift escape was certainly welcome and comforting. A little part of him still felt he was in the vents, where escape was always necessary. He opened the door to see Hinata standing there, looking a little cold. She wasn't looking straight at him. Naruto-kun, can I come in? Of course. As she walked past him, he caught sight of the red glow on the horizon and knew it wasn't the sun. It wasn't a good sign for certain. It wasn't his concern right now, though. He turned back into his apartment and into a very sudden hug from Hinata. He welcomed it, taking in the warmth of another human body and the smell that was different. She was still shivering in the cold. Are you cold? Yes. He dragged a blanket from his room and brought it out for her. They sat together on the sofa and she drew close to him. There was a silence that filled the apartment as he waited for her to speak. It was odd. She had wrapped an arm around him like Anko had done, but it felt different. He experimentally gripped her a little tighter and felt her relax a little. When she did speak, it was a quiet whisper. She wasn't looking at him directly. Lady Tsunade said you were going to leave our team. I don't want you to do that. She squirmed her way a little closer to him, resting her head just under his chin. He felt comfortable, but he had to reason with her. There are things that are important to me, Hinata. I have enjoyed working with your team, but there are more important things that are happening than our team, and I need to attend to them. More important. He heard her voice crack a little, and she looked up into his eyes. He could see the flecks of tears forming in her wide, pupilless eyes. He realized there was nobody to help him, and that he was going to have to try and deal with this. He'd done it before, but he felt different inside about this entire situation. He had to be logical, but a part of him wanted to just hold her closer and closer and not let go. He had to choose between the two now. There was no time and there was. No, there was time. There could be another way. He had been trained to think his way around every possible situation, and this was no different. It is hard to explain. Explain it, please, Naruto-kun. He felt the first tear fall onto his chest and felt compelled to begin trying to explain. Even though the impact was virtually nothing, he felt its weight keenly. I don't think I'm allowed to tell you the whole truth about it. Basically, there is. She placed a finger softly on his lips to stop him talking and looked him dead in the eye. No half-truth ... just ... tell me. You can trust me. He realized he could and nodded. She removed the finger, and he found himself missing the soft touch from it, but welcoming her arms once more being around him. The future with him and Hinata walking together swam treacherously back into view. It would be so easy to just forget everything and deny it, go to Tsunade and tell her that she had won and live that life, but no, it was not his part. He couldn't. She squeezed him a little and he realized he had been shaking. She pulled the blanket over him anyway, thinking he was cold. My parents died on the night of my birth. He felt the squeeze. You've read my files and so you probably know all of this anyway. I still want to hear it from you. She shifted so she was close to lying on him. He leant back to make it more comfortable for them both. It was so warm with her, and yet he had to keep going. I wasn't wanted at the orphanages. I don't remember much of it, I was very young. When I was 4, the Hokage took me out of the orphanage and entrusted me to someone else to take care of me. He felt her nod against his chest. He felt the need to run a hand through her hair and held back the urge. I was trained as part of a secret organization that worked to bring Konoha to be the strongest of all the nations. You've seen the results of my training firsthand almost more than anyone. I undertook several missions and killed several people. Every mission made Konoha stronger even if it was brutal and harsh. It was hard and painful, but it made me who I am. When the time came, I was brought back into the light to serve with the regular forces. My second mission, I was detected for the first time by people who didn't know I was following them. Your team was good even back then. She nodded again, rubbing her head against his chest a little. Her hand was rubbing his side in small, idle movements, and he realized how good it felt. She didn't seem to notice she was doing it though. He decided not to stop it. But since I left the organization, the person leading it has changed how it works and what it does. Right now, it is harming Konoha. I am the only person who can possibly change that without leading to hundreds of deaths, Hinata. I am the only one who can, and it is a choice I have to make. She held him tightly, and he felt more tears on his chest. I can prevent the deaths of hundreds of people, do what I was trained to do, and take over that organization. It would be at the cost of the majority of my life, and constantly living 2 lives. One in the darkness, which nobody can ever know of because it would doom Konoha from those who see the organization as barbaric and dark. One I would spend in the light as an advisor to the Hokage. It would mean that I would not be able to be the same as I am now. I would have to leave everything behind. She looked him in the eye. A few strands of hair falling across her face, a tear ran freely down her face. You intend to choose that option. What choice do I have? My life or the potential deaths of hundreds, perhaps even of all of Konoha? She placed her head on his shoulder and let her tears fall there. She wrapped her arms around him and he held her close as well. The contact and the conversation were everything. I have to give it up. I have to give you up because it is what I must do. He realized what he had said. She had gone very still in his arms for a moment. He realized the implications of what he'd said. Was this a glimpse at that ridiculous concept of love? Why did he want to give up every piece of logic just to not leave? I don't want to give you up either, Naruto-kun. Her face was barely an inch from his own, and he didn't know what he was doing. He could smell her breath and see every line and part of her face. He wanted to reach up and caress the face, brushing the strands of hair out of her face. His hand wavered. He couldn't tell in the darkness, but he was sure she was blushing fiercely. The world hung like that for what seemed like minutes, even though it had likely only been seconds. Then situation was taken out of his hands as Hinata closed the gap, and suddenly his lips were touching hers. The sensation seemed to last for minutes, even though he knew it had only been a few seconds before he pulled back, and she buried her face into his chest. He had no words to describe what had just happened to him. They stayed there and just held her because it seemed to be right. You know I can't live this life, Hinata-chan. She grew closer as he said the suffix. I know, but I had to know. Maybe there's a chance for us in the future. He thought it over. It was probably possible. He would have to think it over. Maybe, but it can't be for now. I'm sorry. It is the choice I must make. He felt tears soak into him again and held her until she spoke again. I have something to show you. She started to rise and he stood up with her. She held him close as they stood. Then she took his hand in hers and they started to walk through the night. The streets were quiet as they walked, Hinata held him close to her. Naruto's mind swam as he felt like he walked along two places at once. In one he was with her, the sun shone brightly. People around were happy and laughing, Kiba and Shino giving him a nod as they passed. He imagined Tsunade smiling in her office and looking over them. He imagined possibly going on a mission with Anko or Talon and returning home to Hinata and holding her close. There would always be danger for these people, but they faced it willingly. The civilians, though, could not face it themselves. He saw the fire start as the root rose up and war rose with it. He blinked, then there was the other reality. He walked alone in the darkness. People were there but paid him no heed, but they were safe. There were no fires of war. Hinata was there, so were Kiba and Shino, but they were far away in black and white, faded. Like the stone of a tomb. He shivered, and she wrapped an arm around his waist to keep him close. He realized where they were walking. Streets gave way to grass underfoot as they walked towards the memorial grounds. There stood the obelisk of names, the memorial of the fallen for Konoha. She knelt in front of it and so did he. "Close your eye, Naruto-kun." He did so. He was tempted to use his Byakugan to look at what was happening but felt that he could trust her. His hand felt the softness of her wrap around them once again and move it towards the rock. Together, they traced the cold surface of the stone until they came to rest. He ran his fingers over the name. "Open your eye, Naruto-kun." He opened it. It was already adjusted to the dark of the night anyway, and by the flickering torchlight around the monument, he saw the name and understood. That name. For months he had searched for it, and now he finally had peace. It was there, nondescript like the other hundreds of names on the rock. The man who carved them in probably thought nothing more of the work. A few chisels here and there, and then it was done. But it blazed out like the sun to Naruto. It was the name of his friend, his first friend and one he had wronged. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry I used you as bait in Wave. I'm sorry I killed you and never learnt your name. I hope your peace is restful." He whispered the name to the night and felt Hinata once more draw close to him. In this moment he felt his resolve grow once more. "I think he'd have forgiven you anyway. How does it feel?" "Good." He looked upon the name a few more seconds and drew the information into his brain, carving the moment into his memory and into his soul. He stood upwards and gazed back towards the Hokage Tower. The light in the office was still on. "I have to go now. There is no time to waste." Hinata nodded, looking at the ground as she held his hand in a tight grip. "I know, I just wish we had more time. War is coming, Naruto-kun, I'm sure you know as well as anyone." "Yes. This means I must do what I must now rather than later. When will I see you next?" "I do not know, I may not." Then she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him again. Naruto felt this was right and returned the action. It just felt right, holding her there in the moonlight, yet he could not linger. He forced himself to back down and look her in the eyes once again. "I'll try to, though. When the war is through, my double life may give me time. If you became Hokage, that would make things easier." It was an insane thought, but it was an option certainly. Hinata drew back, still holding his hands tightly in hers. "Then I will do my best, like he would, like you will. Good luck, Naruto-kun." She released his hands and he saw the tear roll down her face. He didn't do goodbyes, mostly he just left. This time he could be different. "Farewell, Hinata-chan, see you someday." Then he ran. He couldn't stay there any longer because if he did he wouldn't have been able to leave. A part of him screamed to stay and hold her forever, but he resisted it. He made his way up the side of the tower like a shadow and let himself in. Tsunade looked at his face and read it well. "Are you sure? Yes, you realize Iwa has just declared war. Yes, are you sure you want to just leave her?" "No, but I must, for Konoha." Tsunade gave him a small smile. "Don't give up on her entirely, Naruto. One day perhaps, I shall confront him now. There is much that needs doing. I shall report when I have made my first movements." She shook her head and sighed. "I still don't like this, but you're going to anyway. I'd rather keep you in my sight than in your darkness." He nodded and turned. He needed his weapons. He needed focus. There was only one thing left to say. "Send Hinata-chan my regards when you see her." Chapter 61. Will of Shadow. The room was dark and contained only the Spartan throne that he sat upon. He'd long waited for this moment. Ever since he had given his successor over to Hiruzen, he had known that it was going to happen. The light changes people. He'd seen it with agents he'd placed into the regular forces. After a year, they had to be withdrawn, or they adapted to become like those they were infiltrating. They gained emotional understanding so fast it was almost like an infection that couldn't be treated. Naruto had been in the light for less than that time, but he'd known the instant that he had been given up that it would be too late. Something about him radiated humanity that he couldn't suppress. He'd tried, partially succeeded. But it hadn't worked. Maybe even en route he would have formed relationships with people. He mused that it might well have been him. And now his lost child was well and truly coming home. He only had one last part yet to play. The heavy door swung open and he saw him silhouetted in the portal and the dim light from outside. His wayward child stepped in and the door slammed shut, leaving them both in the darkness. "Welcome, Naruto. Danzo. You have come to overthrow me, have you not?" "Yes. What reason have I to yield to you, acolyte? I could cast genjutsu upon you and turn your will inside out. I could summon all of my forces and have them crush you to dust. I could defeat you in open combat. Tell me why I should yield to you here. Try." Danzo slipped the bandages off his eye and his Sharingan eye met Naruto's Byakugan. Naruto watched the eye spin. "Turn away, Naruto." No. There were more figures surrounding the throne now in an arc. 4 more Naruto had stepped out of the darkness. He tried to work out which was the real one as his eye spun furiously. He focused on the far left and forced his way into its will. Just as he was about to break it, the clone vanished. His eye stopped. The remaining 4 Naruto vanished as well and another stepped out from the shadows. Very good. Misdirection and stealth I could not see to disarm me of my genjutsu. Guards. The voice was so calm and collected. He knew there were at least 2 guards outside his chambers at all times who were proficient and unbreakably loyal. Guards, yet still they did not come. They do not recognize you, Danzo, much as I do not recognize you. A genjutsu clouds their minds and blocks your calls. Danzo rose from the chair and his posture became that of a crouching tiger, ready to strike at any moment. And should I use direct force? Everyone loses, but I have a countermeasure prepared which you will not expect or be able to counter. There was a tense stillness before Danzo sat back upon his throne. Very good. Yet now we reach a stalemate with you still at a disadvantage. I am still in charge of Root, and you are surrounded and out of your depth. I am not Orochimaru, arrogant and blinded by desire. You cannot stay in this base for years to kill me. I have reason to see you gone. From that perspective I have the advantage, true. Yet motivation is nothing without means. I could kill you if I wanted to. I desire answers. I would rather you stepped into the light and retired than have to do so. You could kill me? An interesting boast. Wishing me to live sounds like sentiment to me. Hypocrisy. There was a tense silence as Danzo mulled the word over. Explain how you know this to be the truth. When you attempted to bring me back into the Root, your operatives were not efficient or powerful. I believe they were newer recruits. This means that you recently lost a good portion of your better shinobi. How many? 5 squads in Orochimaru's base after you escaped. Akatsuki did most of it. The Dans I knew from before I came into the light would never have allowed such a loss to happen. It was a sloppy move prompted by something he would not have paid attention to. Yet this was a symptom and not a cause. When the 3rd Hokage died was when it stopped working. You need to work with the Hokage, and yet when Tsunade-sama rejected you, you kept going. You know that the Root needs to work with the main forces, but you did not. Now that war comes, I know you will not step in to win it. With a well-commanded Root, Iwa would not have the capability to fully attack. Yet they burn our borders. Danzo was silent as Naruto continued. You are not operating Root so much as holding on because you have nothing to move on to and you think you are doing the right thing. Yet things have changed. Suna is gone and there is no balance amongst the nations. I know that. I foresaw the consequences. Foresaw but do not act upon. You wait for Iwa to attack us and yet do not prepare. It is as if you want Konoha to be weakened so you can take over. That is your plan, is it not? It is. Konoha is weak under Lady Tsunade. Hiruzen would understand. It is stronger and will be stronger when the Hokage and the Root combine as opposed to being at each other's throats. She would have destroyed you with force had I not convinced her otherwise. I anticipated you would prevent my destruction because you too have some weakness. There was more silence. You do what you do for the love of Konoha, yet are blind to the damage you will do to it. You must be stopped because you will not let go. Hiruzen would not want you to cause deaths just to carry out his way. He believed in the will of fire. And you do? No, yet I see a similar principle in this. Call it the will of the shadow, the ideal of Konoha above all else, of Konoha surviving and moving on. It is my purpose. Now that we conflict, it means that one of us has strayed. How many deaths do you allow for your plan? How many shinobi and civilians? Danzo was silent as he calculated. I need only lose one and as many in battles until I force Iwa to its knees from the dark. You would risk the lives of many more and the death of the Hokage herself before intervention. How is that better? There was a silence. Danzo shut his eye and Naruto saw just how old he looked in the shadows, how deep the wrinkles under his eyes and how pale he looked. It is not. Your plan is superior, yet in the long term my plan fails. You cannot be Hokage and maintain the root. There must be two for balance, light and darkness. You see this and yet you willingly deny it. There was silence. And if I refuse, you cannot. You will not allow yourself to refuse it. The man nodded. You still have problems to overcome, yet I suspect you have solutions for them. If you kill me, you must do it quickly so that my reverse force symbols sealing technique does not catch you. That will destroy you immediately and damage the root base. You will deactivate it to assure this does not happen. The man nodded and opened his robes. Naruto could not see the action, but he knew that the seal had been altered and deactivated. And the root, I will command them, train them. I will do as you did all those years ago and form Konoha's outer reach, its final shield and its source of safety. The man nodded and stood. I have but a few things to say before you end this, Naruto. I hope you will give me a chance to embrace my sentimental side before my life ends, as we know it must. I cannot leave this place. I will not burden the Hokage with holding me trial. I know, I do not wish to kill you but will as I must. You were like a son to me, Naruto. There is something special about you, not in your skills. Certainly you are the best stealth expert in the nations, yet that is not your defining feature, nor your Jinchuriki status, for there were others. No, there is a life in you that will not be denied, that cannot be stopped. It could only be suppressed. Do you know the average time a root operative can remain in the light for before they lose efficacy? It is usually 3 years. You, on the other hand, never lost that humanity. Your regrets over the death of the maid were something I could not remove. I gave you an option and you refused it. When something made you do so, you rejected it in such a short time. Others have not refused it and gone to their graves locking away secrets. Others broke it after many years and died in the process. You forced it open once again and faced all the fears. You then opened up and made friends, gained influence. If I had not taken you, you would be so different, I imagine. Yet you are still like a son to me. I trained you and was told to let you go. I did not willingly give you up but trusted you to a friend against my judgment. Even though we differed, we had a lot of respect for one another. In this he was right and I was right. It is rare our opinions could be both correct. You are a leader, Naruto. Lead the root as best you can. Now do it. With the crossbow and not the technique you have gained to counter me. I know which one it is, and you are the only one who could use it now. May you make Konoha strong. He turned his back to Naruto and stood tall. There was no noise as the crossbow bolt left the bow and made its way across the chamber. Well-molded chakra let it slip through the air without noise or interference, treasuring its path towards the man's head, caressing it onward silently. He saw the bolt impact and end the man's life. He let a single tear fall down his face as the body fell to the floor. He had to be strong. His voice did not waver. Guards. The root members entered, 4 of the elite. Lord Danzo has passed command of the root to me. Assemble all the members in the main training hall. The time for action has come. Yes, Lord Naruto. They left him alone in the room and he made his way to the desk. On it there was a small light source, positioned so nobody could see the light, and a letter beneath. He opened the paper softly and read the note. Naruto. I had known this day would come, and know our conversation will have covered everything I wish to say but this. No one within Root will question your command. as they had known you would succeed me since the day you entered. I needed you to learn emotion and suffer loss and understand how people function, illogical and foolish as they are. May you bring glory to Konoha. Good luck, my son, Shimura Danzo, he smiled. His old master had known and planned this from the start. He had known and tested him one final time. Now all that he needed to do was commune with the Hokage and do the best for Konoha. He walked towards the training chambers to see what forces he had and what his next move would be. The politics of the world were immediately altered as the war began. The daimyos of Lightning and Water Country immediately cautioned their respective kage that any aggressive behavior on their part should only be in response to aggression on their borders. Strict neutrality was to be observed along with assiduous border control. In doing so, they isolated their forces from the combat to avoid being weakened by the war that was to come. It remained to be seen who the winner of such a war was going to be. Konoha had fewer forces, but they were undeniably better. The Fire Daimyo had spoken out to his colleagues, those who would listen at least, about the unprovoked nature of the military action, to which the politicians did as they do and talked a lot without anything happening. The Earth Daimyo was very silent, communicating with no one. Then the minor nations began to react to the news. Kusa and Taki were directly on the border of the two nations, and Aim possibly so. Even Ishii and Tani might become battlegrounds if the weak and ignorable Suna and the Windlands became a military route. Kusa and Taki immediately fled their lands, seeking refuge in Fire and Earth Country as fast as they could. Any shinobi forces stayed in the villages, creating impassable routes where any trespasser could be attacked. It would take some time and be politically poor to merely steamroll such forces anyway. Aim was still leaderless, and the people there panicked and tried fleeing as best they could. The leaderless Aim forces soon melted away into the land. Ishii and Tani appealed to Suna to little avail. Practically defenseless, with only small forces suitable for holding up bandits, they withdrew as best they could. Both lands were difficult to traverse, and they prayed that their enemies would not move through them. In Konoha, Tsunade had taken full command of the forces, appointing leaders and preparing all active Konoha shinobi for service. With Jiraiya still missing and hope of his return diminishing daily, she coped as best she could. In Iwa, confused Earth shinobi set up bulwarks on the front with the Konoha border and prepared for the counter-assault until their next orders came. In Iwa, Unoki gave orders as if nothing was wrong. In the shadows, the masked man laughed under his breath at the chance for revenge against Konoha and the capture of the Nine Tails. On the border, vast lines of trenches and trap fields littered the burnt edges of the Konoha forests. Black tree trunks and ash were trampled by shinobi and used to conceal all manner of death. Everyone was waiting for Konoha to strike back or for a weakness to be found. It was a matter of where and when. The war council in Konoha was extremely quiet and tense. Tsunade headed the table, grim-faced but strong. She had her senior jonin and commanders with her, a team of the most deadly and strategic shinobi Konoha could place together. Shikaku Nara was going through the possible strategies and situations that had been predicted and run through. It wasn't nice viewing. There were very few ways that Konoha could get out of this one without serious casualties, and even those didn't make good reading. On the upside, if it could be called that, it was that Iwa wouldn't come away unscathed. It too would take a mauling. If that was an upside, she wasn't happy with it. Shikaku was outlining strategic divisions, their platoon structure and possible attacks Iwa could make and the counter-attacks that Konoha could pursue. She hated the war. Looking around, she saw that those with more field experience were leading and planning and thinking. Her gaze idly found the window, and she saw a bird floating gently in the breeze. What would she really fear in a war? What would drive her into making mistakes? Certainly killing those she cared about or damage to Konoha. She would hate for them to unleash their fury on the civilians, though. She would never do it. To attack citizens was the work of a coward and knife in the darkness. She tried to focus, but knew it not that important what she said or did. She wasn't a fighter, and neither was Unoki. If anything, she was surprised that he had been the one to start it all. It didn't seem right. Shikaku wrapped up his speaking and nodded to her. She realized she had to give the final, formal agreement to the plan. Although it pains me, we are at war with Iwa. Kumo and Kiri will not get involved, and it is likely this war will be bloody and long. I did not wish for this, nor do I understand why Anoki has declared this war. Do your best for the will of fire and for Konoha. Given Shikaku's plans, we will not engage unless we have to and maintain as much peace as necessary. The assembled nodded and went out to prepare the shinobi of Konoha. Tsunade sat a while longer looking out of the window. A small cough caused her to turn, and there he was. It had been barely 2 days since he had gone and now he had returned. He looked exactly the same until she saw his eye and examined how he stood. He just looked taller and more in command of himself. Steely, determined, Tsunade-sama, Naruto, I take it Danzo let go peacefully. Yes. We have prepared his body to look like a peaceful death in his sleep. There will be no suspicion of any wrongdoing, she sighed. It sounds so callous and cold-hearted, Naruto. It is what must be done. She looked further out of the window. How would you do it, Naruto? How would you bring down a shinobi village? He joined her by the window, standing in her shadow. He was little more than a shadow himself in his black cloak. I would find a weakness and exploit it to the full. I have reviewed all the information about Earth Country and Iwa's defenses. Then how would you destroy them? I assume it isn't direct force. No. Naruto paused as he looked out. I considered what brings strength to a nation. Certainly its shinobi are one of the things. They are the strong arms that reach out to perform actions. Then there is the cage. A strong cage is a good head for the village. Yet what of the body? She knew where he was going. The body are its people, the traders and merchantmen. Konoha is strong not only from its shinobi forces, but because it is well situated for trade and well placed to perform missions everywhere. It is well defended and has a large population. They are treated well and treat the shinobi well. You intend to attack the citizenry of Iwa. SHD didn't bother to hide the disgust and surprise, even if she could have expected something so loathsome. Yes, with the majority of the medical corps at the front lines with the shinobi, there is a good chance that the hidden village is not well defended or equipped. Whilst their medical corps are likely efficient, they are not the equal of ours. We have the two greatest medics in the world here. I'm flattered, and I'm sure Zune would be. Given time, Sakura might surpass us both. He remained still as she continued to stare out at the village she had once spurned and now cared for. What would you do if a new plague, never seen before, attacked the citizens of Konoha? I would quarantine, isolate, and find a cure. How would they react, though? Tsunade considered. They know we are at war, even if I have not officially declared martial law yet. Some have seen war before and would think it some attack of the enemy. I agree. There would be panic, but it would be quelled swiftly. We are defending Konoha, not striking at Iwa. We expect attacks. However, Iwa is the aggressor. How would their citizens react to it? Tsunade saw the horrifying logic. Iwa had never produced a medical prodigy, and unless they had secretly, was not in possession of one. The people. They will panic and the disease will spread. You would sign their death sentence, Naruto. Consider what will happen with the population of the city depleted. The shinobi are unharmed whilst the citizens suffer. Our defensive tactics and stonewalling will force no decisive engagements. The unrest will eventually reach the soldiery. The plague might also. They will be angry, frustrated, then they will make mistakes. But the cost will be significantly lower for Konoha. With their people broken, their shinobi can be picked off and weakened. They may surrender then, you may dictate terms favorable in the extreme. The war will end without significant losses to our forces, and decisively so. The lands of Iwa would not be devastated by a ground war as well, and they could rebuild for the civilians. She knew he was right. Konoha would keep its citizens safe, and if they could pull the rug of support out from under Iwa. But the cost. If the fact you save lives was the only thing I'd consider, then I would agree. I would have to demand that you provide a plague sample for me to make an antidote just in case. It will be done. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Fitch appeared with a small vial in his hands. It was made of fine glass and held an even smaller vial within. The fluid contained in that vessel was black as night. He stood at knee height next to Naruto with it outstretched towards Tsunade. Hokage-sama, take care of this sample. The secrets of our clan are not easily given away. He bowed and nodded to Naruto before disappearing. She cradled the vial gently before nodding to Naruto. Do it, but do it yourself. I want you to take the weight of what you are about to do. Hi, I would do so anyway, for Konoha. He turned to go and got to the door before he turned. Please pass my regards to Hinata-chan. She didn't hear him go, but he went. She stared out of the window and stared at the vial on her desk. It was certainly something useful for her to do. She took it up and made her way towards the hospital building. Chapter 62. The War Caution. This chapter contains some dark material that could potentially upset. I apologize in advance if any of what follows in both the author's note or the chapter offends or upsets. The days began to pass. She read the status reports on her time off from the lab or making statements and talking to the people of Konoha. A small skirmish here, a scout engagement there. So far neither party was willing to trade any form of heavy blow against the other. That was fine, although the waiting wasn't exactly wonderful either. Of the 15,000 Konoha shinobi taking up advanced positions to counteract any move from the Iwa forces, there had been only 3 casualties. It was going well so far, but she could feel the tension building. She had posted Kakashi out on the front lines as her overall commander for the engagement. He had complained, but he had to deal with it. He was leadership material through and through. She recalled her work in the lab with her best. None of them knew the effect of the serum, but could tell it was bacterially based, reproduced very quickly, and produced a variety of nasty side products. The test rodents they had used were certainly not at all affected by it. The other tests showed distinctly worse results on human tissue samples. Still, this is what she had to protect against. She focused her chakra into the chemical compounds. It was a skill to add chakra to increase the potency of a cure, but it was a worthwhile one in her books. She certainly wondered how he was going to get through the lines, but he could do it. Iwa was about 3 days' travel under peaceful conditions. With the level of forces and traveling at nights, Naruto should be making it to Iwa any day. She hoped he would fail, but hoped he would succeed. She sighed and got back to the medicine. That was her war today. He slid the blade silently across the man's throat and pulled him into the shadows to be hidden until someone else found him. The body needed further preparation to ensure it was not overwhelmingly suspicious. There were not many guards, and they were not very good. He sighed at their inefficiency. The main wellhead was now open to him. They'd be suspicious of it when they learned the guards were dead. He didn't plan on that mattering. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. A swarm of rats erupted from the summon. He didn't stay to watch them swim away into every sewer and water pipe in the village because he knew they knew. Infected rats into almost every home. In hours, they would begin to bite and mess and infect. The enemy would not be prepared for this. They could not be prepared. Rats could swim up pipes and sewers with ease and could use their droppings and bites to spread the disease. Any that did die would still spread the disease. He slipped through the shadows, past unsuspecting guards and out under the walls of the city. He found his stashed camping gear in the cave he had chosen and relaxed a little bit, out on his own doing what needed to be done. He wondered if she would appear in his dreams again as he drifted off to sleep and waited for disease and panic to destroy the city. The death began. He watched the infection begin with the poorest, the ones now forgotten by the martial law and in worries about the fighting. The idea of glorious fighting and battle was so ingrained into people that they forgot that there was any other danger. He heard the first coughs and splutters and knew it was taking hold. He had found the main hospital and added a mild toxin to the supply that would make the doctors feel ill. It wouldn't affect all of them, nor would it kill directly. It didn't have to. All it needed to do was distract it and keep attention off the new disease when the pandemic was in its infancy. When the first child began to show symptoms, alarm began to spread. By then it was too late to fully prevent it. The first dead gave cause for true alarm amongst the people, but by then many were showing the effects. Families that were ill began to spread panic and fear. The sight of a dead child was. He had turned away and hardened his heart, unable to watch the still dying mother grieve over the body. He saw the remaining shinobi try to restore order, but they were the very youngest and oldest of the shinobi forces. Any that showed promise soon found themselves removed from the picture with wounds that looked like a beating from a crowd. Like Iwa citizens turning on the shinobi. That made more fear and panic than he could have created with an army of thousands. He was beginning to realize what Tsunade had said about his actions, though. He flinched a little whenever he saw friends mourning or worse, parents over a child. The plague he had unleashed hit the weakest first. Yet despite his regrets, he knew he had to continue this action, and that it could not be undone. His job was to win for Konoha. With knowledge that the disease had spread, he had begun to intercept messages from Iwa to the front lines when he could. With luck, the front lines would be feeling that as well. The Iwa front lines were feeling the confusion. The Genin Corps were feeling it the worst. Youngest and not hardened by service or war, they found the entire notion that they could do nothing as their home was suffering almost intolerable. The messages had been secret, but rumors can spread faster than people can talk and sound can travel. Experienced heads tried to calm them, or failing that, discipline and threaten them into line, but it wasn't long until cracks and defections began to appear. Some corps attacked Konoha without backup in their anger and died. Some trailed back homewards to be rounded up or annihilated by the pair of root squads Naruto had directed to help with the task. Those that made it home were the least fortunate. They saw what was happening to their home. The front lines now only really consisted of the Chunin, Jonin, and ANBU of Iwa. With their manpower slowly slipping away, the few forces that remained attempted to remain composed. There were still no real orders to engage. Probing strikes against Konoha had shown it to be well prepared for the attack. Eventually, even the worst of the Chunin were beginning to get affected. The only things stopping them from folding were blind hatred and knowledge that to attack like the Genin meant death and retreat was unthinkable. With home in confusion, supplies began to dwindle slightly. Not helping were the bandit raids that had increased during the war, but with root teams thrown in to cause havoc as well, things suddenly looked very bleak for Iwa. Yes, they had essentials, but the little things that kept them going were leaving. Maybe it was the lack of letters and communication from family back home that was the most distressing. They were collapsing from the inside, and the outside was beginning to notice there wasn't anything beneath them. The doom for the Iwa forces was almost entirely sealed when the first Jonin from Iwa abandoned his weapons and moved for the Konoha lines with the hope of surrender. Naruto watched it all unfold in Iwa and wondered why they would not retreat or surrender. At this stage, they should have called for aid, and yet nothing had changed. The Cage should have come out to calm Thing himself, yet remained locked in his chambers, directing things from there. That too was concerning. The man was old, but was he that old? He was now concerned and convinced that there was something more behind this than simple war. He crept up the second highest tower in Iwa, utterly undetected by anyone in the village. He suspected there weren't many left who could. There was residual chakra all over the cage building that he had noticed since the beginning. He had ignored it at first to carry out his mission, but otherwise had kept it in mind. It wasn't aesthetically pleasing chakra at all, something felt wrong about it. Very wrong. Which is why he wanted to find out what it was. He fixed his gaze on the cage building and drew out his crossbow. The bolts were a new type as well. With control of the root armory, he had developed bolts which channeled chakra more easily and were also the color of night as a standard. He might as well have been able to teleport bolts into his enemies. At this time, he needed to wait for a clean shot. Then the Tsuchikage walked out onto the balcony and stood with his hands behind his back. He could see the haze of chakra around the man that signified a genjutsu. There were no flares or jolts either of him fighting it. That meant he wasn't aware he was under a genjutsu either. Actually, his chakra was just wrong. He could see the chakra flowing to him. He considered his options and decided to go for the most direct route. He moved to get as wide an angle on the man as he could and fired. The bolt was undetectable and stuck in his forehead. A second and third hit his neck and heart respectively. He fell over the railing of the balcony and landed with a thunk. Nobody was outside. Not dramatic, but he had just killed a cage. It had been far too easy. He put the bow away and drew the Kusurigama on instinct as he felt the change in chakra behind him. The world opened, and then there were two figures in Akatsuki cloaks behind him. He straightened up. The two-toned man began to speak first. "Hello, Nine Tails, the pleasure is all ours." He looked at the masked man who bowed deeply. "Uzumaki Naruto, My name is Toby. No, it is not, but continue. The man began to circle him. Naruto decided to watch him as opposed to the other man. Zetsu has found it hard to find you over the years. Yet now, I see it was you who killed so many of the more useless Akatsuki for me. Those who had outlived their fragile purposes. How prudent of you. It wasn't a compliment or an insult but an observation. Naruto did know the philosophy of removing tools that had gone beyond their use very well indeed. You're just like Danzo, given that you have usurped him into leadership of Root. His time was done, now it is mine. No anger or surprise that I know all of this. I know more about you than you think, Uchiha. There was more silence broken by a growling chuckle from under the mask. Ah, you actually see my eyes, don't you? Well, it is a shame that you killed my puppet cage, but it means little to me. You've done more than I expected. You have destroyed Iwa more thoroughly than you destroyed Suna. At least there, you didn't push the issue by killing everyone who could help. How does it feel to have the blood of two nations on your hands? How does it feel that I actually succeeded in bringing down a nation? You failed 17 years ago. I was there. That got a snarl. I should have killed you when I had the chance. You'll never get it again. So what do you propose? The man stopped and observed him. You desire Konoha to be strong, but to what purpose? Tell me. So as to maintain the peace of the elemental nations. With a strong Konoha, order can be maintained with relative ease, and the unnecessary casualties of war can be avoided. What if I could find you another solution where only one death was required? I would hear it. The mask made it hard to read him. Well, he wasn't going to let that stand. But only if you show me your face. The man removed the mask. His face was split down the middle, one half damaged and crushed. He had a Sharingan and another eye Naruto had never seen before. The mismatched gaze burrowed into his head a little. You know what Akatsuki does, but not why. I intend to reform the Ten Tails and make myself its Jinchuriki. Following that, I will cast Tsuketoyumi upon the moon itself and control all people within it. There will be everlasting peace. You wish me to give you my tailed beast so you can control the entire world, for peace. So no more people die at each other's hands. You can see the benefits. He could. The logic was there, but he knew it was wrong. He could reject it. It does not work. What when you die? If you cannot control your beast? What when you alone remain in the real world, controlling your technique? How long will you last before insanity sets in and your world of puppets bores you? How will you keep such power from corrupting you and merely turning you into a puppet master, playing for your sick and twisted pleasure? Too many variables left to chance. I reject your plan. The man smiled a grim smile. I was not giving you a choice. He snapped the mask back into place and stood still with his arms folded. The crossbow bolt phased through him. You cannot harm me. That wasn't just for you. Toby turned to see the bolt sticking out of both halves of Zetsu's forehead. He had been maneuvered between Zetsu and Naruto, and then when the time had been right, Zetsu was at least going to be down for a long while. Tricked like Itachi had tricked him. Naruto heard the growl of frustration grow behind the mask and stayed focused. Very clever, Nine Tails. Very clever. But how do you intend to attack me? You cannot harm me and you cannot escape. Naruto knew that much. Still, the man had overconfidence oozing from him. I'm not coming with you. How do you intend to stop me simply waiting until all of Konoha descends on this place? He turned to leave and the man appeared in front of him again. Do not try my patience, Nine Tails. You're going to need it. I know about the Mangekyou Sharingan. You have not put me in Tsuketoyumi, so you do not possess the Sharingan with it. Assuming you killed Itachi, you don't know where an eye which has the jutsu resides. You need to find another Sharingan eye from a dead clan. Then you have to awaken it and find out, don't you? How do you intend to carry out your plan without it? The man roared with frustration and Naruto smiled. What's your plan now? Wait years suffering traumatic events until you can cast it. Kill me. You don't have any good options. Your plan is laughable. I can seal you and then I will not rest until I achieve peace. The man's shout was now carrying over the village below. Nobody was emerging, too ill or scared to do so from the week of terror and death. How do you intend to stop me walking away here and now? I killed Jiraiya and Itachi back to back. I could crush you in an instant. Naruto walked away from the man and prepared the hand seals he would need. Although he had not tested this jutsu, he had prepared it for his removal of Danzo in case the man resisted. With luck he could end it here. Then the man was on him and grabbed his head. Human path, soul removal. He pulled the hand back to no effect whatsoever. What? Then Naruto grabbed his chest and looked into his eyes. Dead demon consuming seal. He watched the man's eyes be drawn towards the figure he knew was spreading behind him. He still felt the shock like being punched as the arm extended from his stomach and grabbed hold of his opponent. You madman, you kill us both. You certainly, possibly me. Saw the blue arm begin to grip and looked into the man's eyes. The Sharingan and Rinnegan were distinctive and did not show emotion well, but he could see the panic rising in the man's face. I can fight this, you fool. You think Orochimaru escaped this jutsu for no reason. My desire to unleash my plan outstrips anything that you have. My desire for Konoha to remain strong and my sacrifice towards it is stronger. He concentrated on his desire to protect Konoha once more in full, deeply examined it. He would find strength in it. You have not seen a friend kill someone you love. You do not know that pain. I have killed my friend and passed through death itself. The hand pulled at the man's soul as Naruto declared his strength. I have not spent half my life in the darkness to give in to you now. My soul will not be sealed so easily. I have spent all but 3 years in the dark, but know that that time in the light was some of the best. I give that up to defeat you. More or the soul became visible now. He could see the eyes straining to do something against his assault, but to no avail. No, you have not lost love. I do what I do so that one day I stand a chance of understanding love. So I have a chance, so she has a chance. The man screamed at him once more, a long and pained howl as he realized his mistake in getting close to Naruto. The hand pulled harder and the blue shroud was pulled fully from the man. Seal. The knife came down, and the last noise was that of an agonized scream from the man as he crumpled to the ground. Naruto felt the arm withdraw and prepared himself for whatever came next. Then his stomach encountered a lot of pain. He gave a cry and dropped to his knees as he felt something start to get ripped out of him forcibly. He could feel whatever it was clawing at him for purchase, but realized what it was. The Kyuubi was being sealed again. His father had taken half of its chakra when he had sealed it into him. Now that half was being ripped away from him. He heard the dark howl in his head as the forces holding the seal together began to buckle under the strain put on him by the Shinigami's pull. He felt it tug hard, a dark laugh escaping it followed by roars of anger. He doubled over and rolled onto his back as the pain intensified again. Through the agony, he lifted his shirt to see what was happening to the seal. It was breaking down. The outer layers of suppression had broken and shattered until there was nothing left but his original seal. Then he saw that begin to unravel and felt another spike of pain in his body as the first 4 prongs began to disappear. Then the red chakra seemed to burst out of him, and towards the Shinigami whose open mouth seemed to smile, enjoying Naruto's plight. He shut his eyes to fight the pain. He wasn't exactly in cover anymore. With a sudden jolt of separation that lifted him then dropped him back onto the ground, it ended. The Shinigami floated above him with a puzzled expression as it studied him again. Then it vanished, fading away into the night sky. Naruto realized that he wasn't in any pain anymore. If anything, he felt lighter than ever. He controlled his chakra and it was easier than he had considered. The constant ache from the restriction of his chakra was gone. He checked his stomach to see that it was bare of any seal. He was free of the beast. He had finished Akatsuki. Iwa was in chaos. He ducked out of sight and made for the city walls in the dark. There were people looking nervously out of their windows, but a simple henge as an Iwa shinobi was enough for them to simply ignore him. He would link up with his teams in the country and do what damage he could before returning to Konoha. Out of earshot of the city, the noise escaped him like a flood, and he started to laugh. It echoed through the woods as all the pent-up fear escaped his body at once. Now, he only had one major and difficult objective left to accomplish before he could be happy for a brief time. The war with Iwa ended. With any orders from the Tsuchikage and the village completely gone, panic took a total grip amongst its shinobi. Only the most loyal or naive core remained of the army, encamped in what was swiftly becoming a fortress of its own, as the outer reaches of their lines were pressured inwards, and surrounded by cautious Konoha forces. The rest returned home to find it mostly destroyed and despaired, or launched suicidal charges at the Konoha lines. 8,000 Chunin and Jonin moved to strike at the Konoha lines and were met up front by Konoha forces ready for them. The hours of fighting were the most bitter and deadly of the war, and casualties for Konoha were substantial from the forces which engaged. Amongst the Iwa shinobi they were total. Emboldened, Konoha moved forwards to capitalize on the shattered forces which now withdrew into the fortress they had constructed with jutsu. Attack on such a structure was tantamount to suicide, and siege was not pleasant either. It mattered little to Iwa, they had lost the war and were now driven by hatred and despair. Konoha needed to make sure it did not lose too much more manpower needlessly. Then the plague struck the fortress. Maybe an Iwa shinobi had had a change of heart and opened a way in, or a messenger had brought it in. Reports of rats in the fortress were rampant. The medic nin present inside the structure tried their best to come up with an antidote, but they didn't have enough facilities prepared. By the time they'd made any progress, many of the shinobi were battling the plague. Konoha shinobi strategized on how to finish the fortress. Calls for negotiation and surrender were turned away with jutsu and threats. It was decided that they would tunnel under it and break it from beneath. That would take some days, even with jutsu. Medical shinobi began a vaccination program that Tsunade had finished in time and were ready to fight in the fortress. By the time it was ready, the survivors of the fortress were running low on essentials, and their numbers and morale were depleting by the day. The final assault was a massacre. Explosives ripped the land beneath the fortress apart, and it toppled onto its side. Then the Konoha shinobi were amongst them. What resistance remained was short-lived and ended swiftly. The war was over. The negotiations began shortly after Konoha forces reached the hidden village with no resistance. They were greeted by the Earth Daimyo, who offered the surrender of the lands. It was accepted. Medical shinobi under Shi-Zun began a mass treatment program to try and save the remaining populace. The grim work of burning the corpses began, and the piles cast a dull red haze over the village, much like the burning forests had for Konoha. The last of the Iwa Jonin took command of the situation, giving up their weapons to try and restore order. Older and more mature than anyone else in the situation, they knew they had no choice than to agree to the Konoha terms. Not that it mattered much. From a starting force that numbered in the tens of thousands, merely 3,000 remained, the majority genin who had fled the front lines and been ignored. Konoha wound up with a large gain, even if it too had taken some casualties. It was fortunate that they had not been substantial in the long term, she decided. Tsunade returned to her office and felt the gravity of the situation fall on her once again. There were now only 3 major villages left, yet that felt more balanced than 4. The Mizukage and Reikage had sent polite, diplomatic messages regarding the end of the war. They were a strange mixture of congratulatory and threat that Tsunade tried to ignore. She could deal with that later. The sound of soft footprints on the carpet made her turn. Tsunade-sama, Naruto-kun. Hinata sends her regards back to you. She was sure he was smiling when he heard that bit of news, but she wasn't looking. I would say thank you if what you had done was in any way palatable to me. The only thing I am thankful for is that Konoha was not harmed at all during the war, and our forces remained strong. Your plan was efficient, but I do not want to know what you intend to do next time. Provided you know what I am doing, it will work better. That seems like it would work, Tsunade-sama. She poured 2 dishes of sake from a bottle under her desk and passed one to him. They drank it together in silence. You know, Naruto, having commanded the forces in one of the shortest shinobi wars in history, I got to thinking about the position of Kage. Oh, and stop with the Sama thing unless you want me to constantly bring up Hinata. Certainly an interesting thing to consider. She swirled the dish to make the remaining fluid dance as she mused. I did not have to fight at all during the war. In fact, there were no large open engagements aside from their suicidal assault on our lines and the final assault. I think the position of Kage is changing. It used to be the strongest shinobi in the village, a pillar of strength and power to be respected and feared. Certainly, it helped to back up the title with power. She continued to look on Konoha as it sprawled before the large windows. Yes. Look at it now, though. 3 major villages. Most of my work was done for me by more powerful and strategic shinobi. I don't think the Hokage needs to be the most powerful. No, respect is more important now. Yes, you read my report when I had time. You are no longer a Jinchuriki. I believe so. She paused to drink again, staring out of the window of the office. Then there are none left, and the tailed beasts are almost certainly lost forever, or at least long after we are both happily and safely dead. The loss of power being the only nation with a Jinchuriki was bad. Not necessarily. It brings the destructive jutsu that Jinchuriki could bring to a minimum and makes us more normal and less hated. Whilst we do own the majority of Iwa and Suna now, we are peaceful enough. Things are balanced. She chuckled as she poured herself another dish of sake. They are. So when I retire in several years, I want you to be ready to join with them in partnership to accomplish the safety of Konoha. Maybe things will settle down so much that you could disband root yourself. It would need to shrink, but it needs to be ready at all times. It will not be disbanded and cannot be. She finished her dish with a sigh of satisfaction. I can always dream. She held a sheet of paper out towards him. Potential candidates. Making such a long-term list in the shinobi world isn't usually wise, but well, what do you think of the choices? There was only one name on the sheet. He read it a few times, then checked for genjutsu. Tsunade laughed. Surprised? Yes, yet I agree with your choice. Any reason in particular? The candidate is ideally suitable for the new Hokage role you envision. Respectable and good in negotiation, capable of kindness as well. He poured himself a second sake and drank it. That's the spirit, Naruto. Wait until you reach my age, then you'll just drink it from the bottle like a real old-timer. Thank you for your time, Hokage-sama. Work well, Naruto. Anything else? He turned at the windowsill like he always did. Send my regards to Hinata-chan. Tsunade sighed. She was now a messenger service for them. Not that she really minded that, though. In a few years she would have a lot more time to relax and enjoy life again. She decided to enjoy the sunset that nature had provided for her, and maybe have another bottle of sake. Chapter 63. The shadows pass. Years later, fireworks blossomed into life over the Hokage monument, and the people cheered as Tsunade placed the hat onto the head of the new Hokage, who blushed briefly before raising their head to the people below. They acknowledged the crowd almost hesitantly at first before growing into the adulation, as if they drew hidden strength from somewhere. The face hadn't been chiseled into the mountainside just yet, but it would be soon. Then it would be fully and truly official. The lands of Konoha had been relatively peaceful since the war. No great conflict was sparked, and treaties with Suna and Iwa to provide trade had begun. The village prospered in the later summer sun. Tsunade nodded to her successor and put an arm around them as they walked back towards the office of the Hokage Tower. You do realize that you've made a terrible mistake in accepting this position. It is something I felt I had to do. Tsunade shook her head. Ah well, it does do crazy things to people, doesn't it? What does? Tsunade smiled and opened the door. You have a visitor, it seems. I'll wait until you are finished to help you ease into your new job. The candidate closed the door behind her and threw herself into the arms of the waiting man, who clutched her tightly. Naruto-kun. Hinata-chan. Congratulations, Hokage-sama. She pulled back before kissing him like he was air she needed to live. He pulled back after a few long and tender moments. You know this can never become public. I will merely be a close advisor. There is still time for you to find someone else who you can be public and happy with, to have children with. She smiled. I think I can live with that, Naruto-kun. We could always get married in secret. I can do that myself. Sounds acceptable. The years have been long without you. I see now how Danzo-sama became so fatigued and dark. She put a finger to his lips, then pulled him tighter into the hug. Then I will stop you becoming him. He kept her close and treasured the moment. Many years later, the rain fell at the funeral. He watched as the people of Konoha poured out their grief at her grave. 2 years since she had left the position as Hokage, and a heart attack had ended her life. It had been peaceful. He had been with her the night before. She had been content and happy. He allowed himself a single tear. That was right for an advisor who had remained strong for her all those years. It was fitting for the leader of Root. It was a fitting public image for the figure he had cultivated for people to see. He lingered at the grave with Shino as the rest of Konoha moved on with their lives. In the rain, the head of the Aburame clan spoke softly. Your love for each other was always strong, Naruto. It must be hard to lose her. It was always going to happen eventually. It will happen to all of us someday. The man stood beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder. So what now for you? Is it not time you moved on from Root? It is not something we speak of, I am aware, yet it is important. I understand that it is time for that. I only need wait for the return of my successor. Wise. I think he is ready. Shiko thinks highly of him as a friend and a shinobi. I think he suspects something about him is different, much as I did those years ago about you. His friendship for him will endure. They held the silence for a little longer. You know this means I will not see you again, Shino. I surmised. It has been good knowing you, friend. Yourself too. He handed the cursorigama back to Shino, so that it may continue to serve another. Allow me some sentimentality, Shino chuckled. At last you understand a little more. They shared a quiet laugh together. Farewell, friend. Farewell, Naruto. See you on the other side. They shared a final nod before Naruto made his way back to the Root complex. The world had been stable for the last 50 years, and peace reigned in the land. There were less missing nin in the world, and in fact the rate of required shinobi work was declining. Root had been refined and changed and made better. He suspected that one day Tsunade's dream would nearly be accomplished, and there would only need to be 3 or 4 Root left. Right now, though, one of the children of Root was missing in the light. He had been there for at least 4 years, yet Naruto knew he would return. He waited on the same Spartan throne where Danzo had sat. He never had got around to changing this particular place in Root. A part of him knew it had to remain the same somehow. He ran his hands over the features of his bow. It was the same one he had used his entire life. Parts of it had been replaced or improved, but it was the same bow. His bow. One of the few things he genuinely felt was a part of himself, like his skin or hair. He was older now, certainly. He didn't go on field missions unless he absolutely had to, which he hadn't for several years. He had been able to grow old with Hinata, and that had kept him sane. He had somewhat perfected what his former master had begun. The sound of the doors swinging open made him smile. He stroked his bow one last time before putting it aside. He made sure the note was on the Spartan desk, hidden to anyone not looking for it. He had only one last part to play in this life. You have returned, Akato. Come to your senses, have you, or come to overthrow me? The latter. And how do you plan to do that? I could shoot you dead 4 times over where you stand, or trap you in layers of genjutsu that would break you to my will. Try. 4 shots were deflected by flashing knife blades mere instants after he fired them. A 5th caught the figure and turned it to smoke. He smiled at how similar it all was to how he had performed this duty. Very good. Guards, there were none. They cannot hear you, and if they could, they would not recognize your voice. You have changed, Naruto. You have lost squads and made mistakes you would not otherwise do. Give in. He rose from his throne and tossed aside his cloak. Should I force you to fight, it will end badly for everyone in Konoha. You must yield, make me. I will overthrow the weak Hokage they have placed in Hinata-sama's place and control both Root and Konoha. His successor walked forwards, knives drawn, their dark metal surfaces rippling in the darkness. He could see the genjutsu rippling around them, hiding the majority of the blade or displacing them entirely. I cannot allow that to happen. You know it cannot be done. I have studied your documents, your writings. I know this conversation has happened before. I must end this now. Naruto grabbed him and the ghastly figure rose behind him once again. Fool. I had such hopes for you. The arm reached for his foe but found nothing to grasp. With a roar, the figure withdrew the arm and disappeared, leaving both men unharmed. I too have passed through death. I have seen the abyss. You cannot harm me with that jutsu. He stepped away from Naruto, who kept his face stern. He had to keep that to the end. I still have no reason to leave this position. The incident with Kumo, the losses Root and Konoha suffered, that was an accident, nothing more than poor fortune. The young man before him shook his head. We lost 2 squads, Konoha lost 3. 15 shinobi lost and Kumo antagonized. The new Hokage nearly lost control and I had to change his mind. I am not tainted by emotion as you suspect, I am strengthened by it. In the long term, my plan works out better. It does not. You know it does not. It is time to accept that fact. He realized it was. He turned and shut his eyes. He allowed himself a smile that he had completed his part. Then do what you came to do. He didn't feel the kiss of the blade's sharp edge on his neck, merely saw the dark of his eyes being closed and then a different darkness. He had often wondered what lay beyond life the second time. Certainly it felt different. This did not feel as cold and as alien as it had the last time. This felt right. Maybe it was how you felt entering the place beyond that determined how it was. Color began to drift into view and he felt strength in his limbs once more. He was standing somewhere where the world was bright around him. He flexed his body and it felt real and strong. There was a figure running towards him, a figure he knew from long ago but one that couldn't have been. There were others behind him that he recognized, but the closest one had a smile that lit his life anew. The brown hair, the bright eyes. The smile. He was definitely older, yet he looked like Naruto had always remembered him despite this. Naruto, the figure bounded to him and embraced him tightly. Welcome to what lies beyond. Let me show you around. He spoke the name that had been with him for years, but he'd never been able to voice. Kusei.